You probably wouldn't know, but that took me about like 20 tries clicking the start stream button. Fucking internet. But sweet, lovely. Here we go. My camera can see. Cool. Oh, I just try to use OBS to start the game. Lovely. That was not gonna work. Alright. And I forgot to mute my phone. Go away. Wrong thing. Good. Of course, you have to be a butt. There we go. Boop. Model still works. Load. Nope. Oh, there it goes. Even though you were awake, the sun had barely peeked above the horizon, and the sky above was still dark. Though lightening by the minute. Hello, Kalo. Are you ready for this? Because I've been putting off the story, and I love this one. This one's my favorite. Because we're going on a road trip, playing by the minute. Usually, you wouldn't be up this early, especially during summer vacation, but today was different. Today, instead of the lazy day you were used to, everything around you was flurry of activity as both your family and Coves prepared for what laid ahead. Because parked in the street just outside your house was a massive RV camper. So big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. Lars, hello. I'm not ready. What do you mean? How can you not be ready? Nope, wrong thing. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on.
Gentleman leaves no puzzle unsolved.
Thank you for the follow, Lars. I don't know why I thought you were. Oh no, Daddy Karo's here. We best have run. His parents rented the RV for a few days to take him on a road trip to see the Redwood National Park. You glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby, taking in the scene in front of him. In prospect of the trip had to be a mixed bag for him. It was only 3 days, so it seemed he was dealing with it the best he could. Why your mom's ignoring me? Look up. I know, I was like, all of it. Because it showed up that Lars chatted for the first time, and I was like, why did I think he's been here before? Where's my fertilizer? Go. No, leave my boy alone. My boy. Especially now you and your family were joining them. Because we talk a lot. Probably. You weren't sure how exactly it had happened. You knew your parents and Cove spoke to each other often. Somewhere along the plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. The parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. You had already gotten a good look inside while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that while it was a really big car, fitting that many people inside was going to be snug.
Let's go.
Oh my gosh, the dancing. Move it or lose it, kiddos. Mom bustled past with a cooler in one hand and a large water bottle under the other. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. Daddy can't stay long because of work. But I better not find out you've been handholding. Oh, we're gonna do more. But do tell me when you leave so I at least know. Unless you're leaving now. Ma, however, seemed to be the other side of the wavelength. My hand. I can't give it to you. It's for my boy. My boy. More. Seemed to be on the other wavelength. She followed behind her wife, dragging her feet on every step. I'm gonna need a whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. Give me the other hand then. You could relate to Mom. It was too early. Personally, you were raring to go as your mom. You felt like you were in the middle of the ground. I'm trying to think. Because usually we... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, wait a minute. I accidentally hit the scroll on my wheel. I guess I would be the middle ground. I'm like trying to think of every single time. Oh, stop. I'm trying to get me over here. You tried to keep up and took in some deep breaths, and the air was still a little damp from the dew, but you didn't mind. And then at the end of the chain came your sister. She had a bone to pick before the trip officially started. Rattling off critiques that added some level of normalcy to everything new going on.
Ugh.
I don't know why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. Sophia's the youngest, and I'll never fall asleep in that loft. We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the older card here, you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for big siblings to sacrifice for the younger ones. Elizabeth huffed, and not happy with the answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against the side of the RV. Trip plans had been nailed down prior, and the sleeping arrangements included. Elizabeth still held on to her objections with them. I'm going to try to see if I can keep drinking water, and hopefully I don't kill my voice by the end of this. There was a main area of the RV with a couch, a loft, and some floor space. At the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Your moms were sharing the bed, Karo was on the couch, and father and son intended to sleep on the floor. The adults determined you and Elizabeth would switch between the small loft above the driver's seat, sharing the bed with your moms. Oh my gosh. Is that emo? Did Daro get a new emo? What is that? I've never seen that. You were fine with the arrangements. You were excited to sleep in the loft. You felt like sharing a bed with your parents was going to be awkward. You were looking forward to sleep over with your moms. You weren't too happy either, but it didn't seem to make a fuss. You thought it was unfair that Sophia had to sleep on the floor. Oh god, not that thing again. It was unfair. Why did Kof have to sleep on the floor? He could sleep with me. After After all, it was supposed to be a trip for him and his family before yours ended up coming along too. And now he's been kicked out of every bed-like space and put on the floor. There had to be another way to organize things so it'd be better for him. He can do that, but I can't have a hand. Hi, Flamingo. Unjust. Unjust. Oh my god, what is that? It's a bowling ball. You offered to sleep somewhere else. You should just sharing the loft with Cove. You said nothing. Ooh. There's no COVID here. Cove and I can share the loft. When I'm up there, I don't mind making room for him. You glance over to Cove, and he had noticed that he wouldn't meet your eye in return. He wasn't able to say anything in response to the suggestion either.
No.
That loft is too tiny for two people, especially if those people are teens. The last thing we need you is one of you to roll off and crush poor Cliff beneath you. Who would take over his driving shifts? Gosh, I could touch everyone. The three other parents all laughed at your mom's joke. God. You finally caught Cove's eye, and he gave you a tiny smile before shrugging. With a sigh, you had admitted defeat. Alright, you lot. Doesn't everyone have everything they need? We're heading out in 5 minutes. Now, time to double check. You don't want to forget something important. At the word, Elizabeth yelled, dashed back into the house. Her bed had bounced, her hair bouncing behind her as she went. Ma came over and gave you a smile, settling her hand on her hips. How about you, Sophia? Do you have all your clothes packed? Toiletries, deodorant, floss? Anything else you can think of? You were confident you weren't sure about that. Oh, you had to run back inside for something. Or you gave her a flat look. Sprinting up the stairs to the bathroom, you grabbed your toothbrush. Oh god, it's always my toothbrush, I always forget. From beside the sink before heading back down. Who's sharing the loft? Apparently it's me and Elizabeth. All of us? Yes, all of us are going to fit in the tiny loft. You're glad that you remembered to grab it after left it out and used this morning. It would have been embarrassing if you couldn't brush your teeth for the next few days. Oh, this fight already. Your mom was still there, waiting with a knowing expression as you walked out again. Got everything now, Sophia? Yeah. With a few minutes left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over what you had packed for the trip. Clothes, a pillow, a blanket, your usual day-to-day gear for most people. You also had more personal things such as a portable gaming console, pencil and paper, your favorite stuffed animal, a couple of things to read, a makeup bag, a ball, your camera, an MP3 player with headphones, or the pajama shirt Cove gave you. The pajama shirt. You wanted to have something comfortable and special to wear on the trip like this. And you wanted Cove to know that you were still using it. Dude, headphones and music. With so much time going to be spent driving the car, you wanted to make sure you had some music to put on. Gaming. My family tends to go on, like, when I was younger, we tended to go on lots of road trips, so we, like, practically had road trips and airplane rides down. The drive to Redwood National Park would take an entire day one way, so you wanted to make sure that you had at a way to entertain yourself while traveling there and back. My stuffed animal. Fuck that shit. That shit's coming with. Without fail, it always made you feel comfortable whenever you went somewhere new. It was like taking a little piece of home away with you. A ball. Couple things. You had packed one of your old favorites, a new one that you had never tried before, and you knew you had plenty of time for both of them on such a long drive. Your camera? It was a little pocket camera you had gotten from your mom's, but you couldn't miss an opportunity to take some new snaps. Screw makeup, I don't even wear makeup really now. Yeah. Screw everything up. No joke, I thought she was missing eyeballs for a moment. Hey, let me take that for you, Sophia. I'll stow it in the RV. There's a few spots left it'll fit. You let Karo take your bag and you gave her a grateful smile. With nothing left to do, you watched the others get ready for the trip. Kyra and Cliff seemed to have the most energy of anyone. They were finishing packing the suitcase away while your moms had gone and locked up the house. They high-fived whenever another one got crammed into a storage compartment of the vehicle. No eyeballs? That's my thing. I know. You guys had green hair. Are you in this game? Are you married to Cliff? Oh, wait. They're divorced. Even though your own parents were more low-key than Cove's, you could tell that they were both excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been away anywhere together. No! It's just the beginning! I'm sorry I couldn't do it earlier. My mom took forever with dinner. Bye-bye, Karo. We shove eyes in Karo's face. Me and her eyes are her thing. Probably. Elizabeth skipped towards the RV, towards the bag. A bag slung over her shoulders, and you were surprised to see seemed more optimistic about the whole ordeal now. Usually she wasn't one to exit the confines of her room unless it was for TV, food, or to leave her family behind with some friends. You would have thought the 3 whole days packed in the RV with 6 others would have been too much for her, and it was a nice surprise. You were supposed any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. Cove was pretty quiet so far. More than anything, it seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. You were excited for the trip too. You weren't very excited for the trip either. You're eager to get to the destination, you're curious about the RV, or you didn't feel much either way about the plans. I was excited. Do it as a trip. It was great to get away and explore new places. Soon the Miscellaneous? God damn it, I've never heard that word out loud. God damn. Remaining tasks were all been wrapped up. Everyone piled into the RV, and it was officially time to start the trip. This is what the RV looks like. Look at that small, loft. Not all of us are gonna fit in there. Everyone piled into the RV, and it was officially time to start the trip. The trip to start. And it did. Cliff took took the first shift driving. He cautiously navigated the massive car out of the narrow neighborhood streets. Oh God, I can't drive. I hate driving. It was a touch to go for the first part of the journey. Your moms and Karo were huddled at the front trying to get a view of how much space they needed on each side. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit, and the RV only needed to go down one stretch of highways for miles. The mom group cleared out of the driver's area, leaving Cove's dad to it, and taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. You felt like you can finally relax now, too. Time slipped by as morning faded away. Before you realized, the engine of the RV came to a stop, but only halted for a few moments as Cliff climbed out of the driver's seat and Mom took over. Ma was sitting shotgun, giving Ma a quick tutorial on the controls as it was her first time driving anything this large. Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head, loosening his muscles. Look at his little sunglasses. We're making good progress. Yeah? Maybe you should take a nap in the back for a while. That was a long haul you just did. I know you're on less sleep than usual. Cliff waved a hand that trademark grin he was slipping into place.
Nah.
I don't need sleep. Still got a few miles in the old tank. Oink. He flexed an arm, showing off the muscles to drive the point about how resilient he was home. Kyra rolled her eyes in amusement. Dad, everyone has to sleep. Cove shook his head at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair.
So?
Are you gonna drive again anytime soon, Mr. Holton? I want to know so I can prepare. Did anyone pack some rope? I might need it. There's no seatbelts up here. Elizabeth came down from where she was lounging in the loft above the driver compartment. She was lying on her back and hair had fallen over the side, swinging around as the RV started up again and took down the road. The bag of potato chips was balanced on Elizabeth's stomach. She tossed a couple in her mouth right as Cliff held a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kyra laughed lightheartedly.
Don't worry about that.
Luckily for all of us, we have enough adults to cover the shift today. He won't have to drive again until tomorrow. You stayed quiet. You shook your head at the ribbling. Phew, that's a relief. Just enough time to write up my last will and testament. Pushing getting up on the poor guy. It's not his driving I'm worried about. Not you too. The rest of the group laughed while Cliff pouted, and you gave him an apologetic shrug. My mom then shouted back in her seat and joined in the conversation. A playful smile tilted her lips. I'm more worried about is this old monster getting getting us there and back before it falls apart. It looks like it was built in the early 90s. It must be older than some of the occupants. That's just the aesthetic of the decor. It's not that old, I think. Did you ask what year the model was before you rented it? Kyra wrinkled her nose in thought.
Hey!
Yes, I did. I just can't remember what the answer was. Cliff chuckled at her, while the rest of you let out a collective sigh. The RV lurched in a little as it picked up speed, and you held onto the ladder to the loft to keep your balance. You felt something gaze the top of your head before a weight settled on your white hair. You tilted your chin up to carefully look, and you heard rustling of a bag of chips, and you realized Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. She gestured to the opening and silently offered to share her snack. You took a handful, you refused the offer. Took a handful. You reach up and scoop up some chips after the weight of the packet had left your scalp. You were happily munching away as the conversation continued on. You had gotten closer and closer to your destination. The day flew by with the group of you chatting, playing games, passing the time together before finally arriving at the park and setting up for the night. Ma closed the windows while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to each other as she made her way to the back room. You all had dinner together while driving, and some hours after you had arrived at the destination, you found a spot to park in for the rest of your stay. Giving a look across in front of the RV, you noticed almost everyone there had already dozed off where they were, with Cove having completely fallen asleep curled up in the passenger seat. He must have done it while Karo was driving the last leg. They decided not to disturb him. Karo herself was the only one up there who was still awake. Flipping through a magazine next to the portable light from her spot on the couch, it seemed Mr. Holton needed to sleep despite his claims. You followed your moms into the back room, the door closed behind before you crawling into bed between them. It was a queen-size bed, but there was enough space for the three of you together without too much smushing.
Good night.
Good night, Sophia. We got a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
That's fantastic.
I'm looking forward to the bushwalk in the morning. It's been a long time since I was out in nature like this. There will be plenty for us to see. You stayed awake a little while longer while your moms whispered about the park and the forest in general. With the sounds of their voice in the background, you nodded off to sleep. The next morning, you were up bright and early, prepared for the day ahead. You had slept well, you slept okay, you slept terribly. Okay, well, you fell asleep before you knew it, and you woke up rested. That never happens. I'm always like, let me sleep longer. Ma whined a bit about the firmness of the mattress, and Mom had only encouraged her to enjoy the trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had trouble finding a space of your own as others were doing the same thing. Cove was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking up his legs every time someone wanted to move past. The parents were checking and double-checking and triple-checking that you had everything to point where you had stopped listening to them altogether. You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV all day, at all that day. God damn. Reading. But by the looks of the backpack that were packed and ready to go, you had doubt anything was missing from them. It didn't take much longer until you had all exited the RV in the bustle and heading into the Redwood National Park. And there's a new scenery. I really like the backgrounds of this game. I think they did it well done.
Wow.
And Cove finally makes an appearance this round. Cove had his head tilted upward towards the canopy of trees, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. You knew that the redwood trees here were considered the tallest on Earth, but you weren't prepared exactly how huge that they would be in person.
Come on.
Smile, you two. You had spun around in time for Karo to snap a photo of you and Cove together, before pointing her camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protest that she should just enjoy the moment. Your parents were walking behind the group a little, with Mom telling Ma some information she read about the park's brochure. Ma listened happily while looking around and taking in the sights, every now and then asking questions or making up jokes about something Ma had said. You smiled at them, thinking your mom must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. Maybe you should come here and work as a tour guide if you know so much about the place. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from your mom. She seemed to enjoy herself, and you thought that it might be because she was amused by everyone's reaction. You were in awe of the redwood trees. You were fascinated by the sensations surrounding you. You were in a good mood. You were impressed by the others. You were embarrassed that the adults were being so touristy. Look, I can be Jeremy and just do this. Just be a little sourpuss the entire time. Trees. My mom and my aunt took me to, like, this place. Can't remember what it was called, but apparently they had trees from all around the world, but I didn't know that. So when I got into the place, I was like, why do I feel kind of awkward or, like, uncomfortable? And then I think it was, like, 1 or 2 minutes of, like, walking around looking at everything. I, like, finally turned to my mom and was like, are all the trees different? They're like, yeah. And I was like, well, no one told me anything about the place. It's usually like someone's like, hey, let's go. And I'm like, all right, let's do it. Would you let me see the SEMA? You were surrounded on either side of the enormous trees shot up to the sky, the sunlight peeking through the canopies and speckling the path in front of you. The fact is, it took me a while for the, like, emote to finally go, but what is that emo, Kalo? Oh, wow, what the? It's Cookie Man, wow! It's Jelly Cube, wow! The sheer size of Redwood made you feel like a tiny ant bustling through the forest. It's me, apple flavored Jelly Man. Oh! How are you, Jelly Cube? You can't change my mind. I'm like, sure, I don't want to change your mind. You enjoy that. The adults decided on some casual nature walks rather than any serious hiking. You strolled along at your own pace, taking in the scenery. Elizabeth sped up, a little smirking at Cove as she fell into place between the two of you. Immediately, you could tell by her expression that she was going to say something taunting. I can't believe our families are actually on vacation together. She threw her arms out, speaking in a general sense of bewilderment. Oh no, they have lunches. Is that you trying to dodge Flamingo? Oh my gosh, Jelly Cube. I would have joked about something like this happening, but I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Ko smiled at her, even if it was a little awkward, and continued walking along. Just watch. Next year they're going to be talking about their next new amazing idea. It's me dancing. Nah. It's not. It's cute. She put on a fake voice deeper than her own. We should just sell both our houses and move in together. Think of how much we would save on mortgage. It was clear that Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Ko simply shook his head, not really bothered by her. You suppose he was used to it by this point. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family, just because we live across the street from each other. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look. Her eyes glinted with mischief as she leered at you.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we will be related. Legally, anyway. As she said it as though she was a gossiping old lady. If only the world was like an anime novel. Exactly. I wouldn't have to decide on what I wanted to say if it was multiple choice. If this was... You think you're weird? Exactly. But she almost immediately dropped the tone nonchalantly as she said her real thoughts. At least, that's what Ma thinks. Cove still blushing, which Elizabeth smiled triumphantly, as though it was her whole purpose for teasing him. And then he mumbled quietly, refusing to make eye contact with either of you. That creep keeps acting like we're buddies just because we live near the creep. To be fair, you did meet. Oh, it was just like. To be fair, you did meet each other when you were 8 years old and been hanging out since then. So it's like you've been hanging out for like a while, and now I think it's been like 5 years. He mumbled quietly, refusing to make eye contact with either of you. I don't know why you think it's so funny when no one else does. Oh no, we're gonna get friends. You can, or you can stay friends, actually. It kind of depends on how you want to run the story. If it was a real, definitely like friend-zoned hard, yeah. You can definitely like stay friends, and currently there's supposed to be DLC where you can date like 2 other people. It's already you can just stay friends with everyone. But I think he's too cute, so I still date him every single time. You told her to cut it off. Cove has a point. It wasn't a great comment. I'll marry you, Cove. Let me just full-blown just tell this person I'm gonna marry him. You ignored Elizabeth, or you were embarrassed. Let's just mess with him. It would be fitting after all, considering what you thought when you first met him. Oh yeah, when you first met him, I was like, I'm gonna marry you. He looked at you in disbelief. He genuinely could not believe this was where the conversation had gone. Don't worry over it. You can just take as long as you need to think on that. This poor boy. This poor boy. Cove frowned and reddened harder, but pretending to ignore what you just said, your sister noticed what was happening. Ooh, he isn't going to engage in this topic? Bro, there's like 1, normal human, 2, lovebird, 3, mean, 4, married. I am actually trying to finish the game because the wedding DLC is supposed to come out at the end of this month. And I'm finally at like the end of like step 2, and there's 4 steps. So I'm like kind of trying to get through it. He groaned at the continuing teasing, increased the speed of his walk. The day continued with plenty to see and experience. You passed a few different activities that you would have liked to try out if you had time, such as kayaking, rock climbing, but Ma said that would have to wait for another trip. There was a little stream during the walk that you sat beside. You set out a picnic for lunch, nibbling on a selection of fruit, sandwiches, and chips. You have to pay just to marry. The video game. It's crazy. I actually don't know if it probably will be paid. I don't know. The base game of this game is actually free. And then there's like DLCs, so it's like extra little stories that you can do. That you would have to pay just to give like, it's like kind of like one of those visual novels where like the base game's free, but if you want like a little more extra, you can pay and show your support. Of course, I showed my support on like Patreon just because there was an 18+ DLC. And I was just like, well, I'm gonna get that. Various birds flew overhead, and you made a game out of guessing the species that were hanging out in the trees nearby. Yay! Base game free, play for extra is a good thing. I mean, it means more people will play. Yeah! Which is probably half the reason why I keep saying, I was like, hey, yeah, this game's free. Play it. Play it. Also means getting married. Speedrun. Speedrun, let's go. You even managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher that grabbed half of Cliff's sandwich. Oh no! You were glad you got to do this in the end. You were disappointed that you only had one day in the park. You thought the long trip was going to be worth the one day here. You had more fun hanging out in the RV, or you didn't have a good time on the trip. You're glad I got to do it. Hey, one day is one day. As long as you're not stuck with jet lag like I was. My dad took us to Germany for one day. And we went back home, and I can't remember half of what happened on that day since I was so tired from jet lag. It was definitely a special experience, and one you would remember for a long time to come. You smiled at yourself, committing the sight and sound to memory. Your group made it back to the camp just as the sun was setting in the sky and the stars were appearing one by one. Everyone had enjoyed the different parts of it most. You traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner, and then afterward you pitched in to help clean. World record for eating a whole cookie is around... Hot damn, jeez. I'll be gone in a second. Less than a second. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back to the RV early and spend some time together while the parents stayed outside longer. It was nice to have the space to yourself while the cramped journey there. While Elizabeth had locked herself in the back room with her headphones, you and Cove were left in the main lounge area. You headed up to the loft to relax on your own, or you hung out with Cove. Come here, bro. We might as well get comfortable. Karo's not here. We might as well get comfortable. You know how long they've been out there for. Who knows how long they'll be out there for? Oh, he's got a new outfit on. You took a seat on the sofa while Cove sat down on the other end, tapping his finger against his knees. Your cheeks warmed a little bit at that. Being close to him never failed to feel exciting. You've seen Cove nearly every day for the past 5 years, but seeing him in a jacket was still somewhat unusual. In Southern California, he could get away with that. It was simply different from his normal style, and yet you couldn't help but notice the way he looked right now, and it looked great on him. In fact, Cove always looked nice. And I'm getting water because I need to remember to actually drink water. When Cove cleared his throat, your eyes snapped to his, and he had an eyebrow raised and had clearly caught you staring at him. Oh shit.
What?
Is everything okay? And what is my mom cooking downstairs? Oh. I think she just put cinnamon in the oven. I was just like, why do I smell cinnamon and think I'm like, I think I'm gonna get an apple pie, but then she's probably not. Though, it might not be far off. We do have apples in the house. But I don't think my mom's that eager to bake. Who knows? Is everything okay? You avert your gaze from him entirely. Or, yeah, don't worry about it. Or, that looks nice on you. Yeah, everything's really good. Or, you nodded, saying nothing. Well, looks good. Nice on you. Cove immediately blushed at the unexpected comment. Oh, this poor boy. I don't flirt like this in real life at all. What? He didn't say anything more than the one-word question, and you decided to elaborate further. You know, I hardly ever see you wearing a jacket, especially in summer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I like wearing as few layers as possible. It's easier that way. I'd rather be cold than extra hot, and it's kind of a pain to carry extra clothes around. My parents made me bring this jacket. I'm the same way. I don't mind either way. I love wearing layers. I love wearing layers and accessories too. I actually like wearing layers. I get cold very easily. There's something about a lot of layers that make me feel all snug and comfortable. Cove smiled lightly at you and nodded. I noticed. He perked up, hearing that. He noticed you too. You changed the subject, or you asked him what he likes to see others wear. What kind of things do you think are nice to seeing on another person? Cove's eyes widened at the question. and his defense reply seemed to slip out before he had a chance to have a proper think about it. Nothing. Or, that was funny, or you paid no mind to it. Boy just told me he likes seeing people wear nothing. And this is why I titled the stream what it was. How cold you pulled! I want to do this, but I'm pretty sure I should do this. Cove, you're not the one we want. Wait, what did I say? You paid no mind to it. He still did, however. I didn't mean like that, you know? I know. Answer with what you do mean then. There isn't anything at all you think looks good when you see it on someone? Cove mumbled under his breath, and you couldn't quite catch the words, and he was having a difficult time with the subject. The topic made him uncomfortable, so you let it go. You had a little fun, and that was enough. You changed the subject. You're not very good at these conversations, are you? I swear I won't make fun of you. I just thought it would be fun to talk about. That's not really it. Cove seemed pretty grumpy about your statement, but you weren't ready to give up so easily. Please? Cove sighed, looked down at his lap while he was fidgeting with his hand, still reluctant to give an answer.
I don't know.
You made an unimpressed sound over how this was going. Are you sure? Fine, I guess. Kind of like anklet bracelets? Ankle bracelets? Yeah. Everyone can wear a pretty bracelet. Wrist ones are cool too, but they're pretty normal. There's something fun or flirty about ankle bracelets.
I mean...
It's more special or something. I don't know how to explain it. Cove brushed his knuckles against his cheek awkwardly, seeming unsure where to go from here. Thank you for answering. I like them too. Huh. Out of everything in the world, you picked that. So you think they're sexy? Asking a man about clothes was your first mistake. Asking me decisions about like clothes is also a mistake because I am terrible at picking out clothes. Cove, look at your mother. She is much better to look at. Babingo. I want to do this, but I also like encourage him.
You're welcome.
When he said nothing else, you took a moment to gather your own thoughts. You had to get an anklet on ASAP. Maybe you should wear anklets more often. Maybe you shouldn't wear your anklets so often. You thought about buying an anklet on your own. You were happy to hear more about Cove, and it didn't really change anything. You need to see how Cove reacted to that. Cove looked away again, feeling awkward about this. You gave him an understanding look, and as usual, he started to smile normally again. But not this time. His expressions only stiffened more. You were surprised to see him like this. He always bounced back pretty quickly after being flustered. Cove? Still, he wouldn't look at you, and now his breath was glowing tense. It began to click. He was trying to build himself up enough to say something hard for him. You waited for it silently, until finally he peeked over your way. Through the corner of his eyes, you were fully intent at this point for whatever he was going to mention next.
That's,
The fact that this game could still get me like these little butterflies, and I'm like, oh, it's so cute. God motherfucking damn it, Cove. People having gray eyes is also something I like. You motherfucker! You smooth ass 13-year-old. Huh? For a moment, I like can't stop smiling. Oh my gosh. For a moment, you were stunned and at complete loss for words. That was definitely not where you imagined this was going. Cove faced you head on, his expression full of desperate meaning. You had gotten the distinct impression that he hadn't chosen that just because he liked the color gray. He chose it entirely because it was your eye color. Was he trying to flirt with you? That was all you could think. Your legs felt like jelly. Jelly. And you wondered if you might fall off the couch. What do you like for another person, Sophia? Muscles? Pretty hair, glasses, blue eyes, everything about you. God, he's so cute. Cove went still, his eye. I thought you said puzzles. No, TG, no. Cove went still. His eyes widened in surprise. It was definitely a lot for him to hear. But you couldn't help yourself. It was a truth. You adored him. And now the both of you were flirting with each other. He placed a hand on his lap and looked down. It seems he hadn't expected to get this far and didn't know where to go from there. With the topic abruptly drop off, Cove officially had no more to say on it. Parents all arrived soon after, each of them climbing into the RV and finding some place to sit and rest their legs. Elizabeth, having heard the commotion, came out from the room for the first time since arrival and joined you all. You spent the evening chatting and playing games, enjoying the last evening of the trip together. Bedtime arrived in a blink of an eye as the group hunkered down for the night. Your mom did a final round to make sure there was nothing that had been left behind. She explained that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning, like the first day, but would be letting everyone else in the group sleep. There wouldn't be a need for all of them to get up. Oh god, this is like my mom. When my brothers were done with Boy Scout camp, I would sleep in the trunk of the car and she would pack up everything around me in the trunk of the car. And we would drive with me still sleeping in the trunk of the car. Now it was time to check that you hadn't left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, were confident that you had it all packed up inside the RV, which meant it was time to get some rest before the journey home tomorrow. Your moms and Elizabeth said goodnight, heading to the back room while you climbed up into the loft. Cove and his family got situated below in the previous set arrangement. You tried to get comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your mind. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over. Before you knew it, you'd be back in your own bed at home. You enjoyed this mini adventure. You thought the trip had been okay. You felt the trip was a waste of time, or you didn't have a good time. You enjoyed the mini adventure. It was short, that was for sure, but you got to see and do so much during your time here. All in all, it was a nice break away from home. The minutes ticked by silently, and it didn't take long for the soft snores of Cliff and Kyra to drift up to you. They were asleep now, and I need water. You wondered if Cove was still awake and decided to poke your head out from the loft to find out. You blinked through the dark. Looking down, you noticed Cove was lying on his back, his eyes staring up at the ceiling, and his seafoam hair was spread out on his sleeping bag. He must have felt you watching him because suddenly his eyes locked on yours. It was difficult to see much in the dim light, but you could make out that crooked smile on his face well enough. You grinned back at him. You made a silly face, or you waved at him. Wave at him. Cove waved back, still smiling at you through the dim light. You gestured for him to come over. You went back to trying to sleep, or you decided to have fun quietly. You gestured for him to come over. Cove looked unsure about it, but you were happy to see him slowly start to sit up anyway. From his sleeping bag rustled as he moved, he, though, trying to go slowly, and froze up like a deer in headlights anytime he made a sound, watching his parents for any signs of movement. Don't worry, Daddy Karo's not here. Eventually, he managed to maneuver around his sleeping dad and made it to the ladder, standing on the bottom rod, where he looked up at you and whispered, "No, look at this sleepy boy." He opened his mouth to speak before shutting it closed for another second. "Is that my shirt?" "Uh-huh. I use it a lot." Okay, thanks." "For what?"
It's nice.
"I don't know. Liking it, I guess." He was so sweet, and you were feeling very glad to have brought it. Then Cove shook his head to refocus.
So...
"Why did you call me?" "Oh, it was nothing. Good night." "How are you doing?" You invited him up on the loft. "Do you want to come up?" His eyes widened just so. You could only tell because You only could tell because he had come to where you were. Cove glanced behind him quickly at his sleeping parents before turning back to you. "Okay." "He's gonna fall!" "No, he's not." You broke out in a grin and you scooched back as far as you could, making a space for Cove to crawl into. He was very tall, so it wasn't a great fit for him, but he managed to squeeze himself in. Even if you weren't exactly tall, the loft was still a tight squeeze with the two of you in there together. Look at this boy. "Now I tell Daddy Karo." Ooh. You lay down next to each other on your sides, face to face. He had gotten under the blanket a bit. One of his arms was nuzzled under his head for comfort, and the other had nowhere to go and was resting alongside his chest on the floor of the loft. Cove spoke to you softly. So, what am I doing here? I don't know. I thought we can hang out. You can sleep here instead of the floor. Cove raised an eyebrow, not expecting you to bring up the topic again.
It's okay.
You're still thinking about that. You don't have to worry about me that much, Sophia, but thanks. It's okay. I'm not sure about this. Cove swallowed loudly, and he noticed he wasn't looking you in the eyes anymore. You're feeling the nervousness too, and you felt comfortable being so close to him, or his reaction made you happy. Shh. He seemed natural to have him near you, and being close like this only made it better. You thought back to earlier in the evening when you and Cove had been talking alone on the sofa. I keep wanting to say couch. He had definitely been flirting then, and now you were here. You lay there silently, you tried to ease things with the conversation, you nudged closer, or you touched his free arm lightly. You laid your fingers on Cove's arm, feeling the warmth of his skin beneath it.
This poor boy.
I have to keep my water nearby because I'm a thirsty ass bitch. Cove's face flushed dark enough to notice even in the almost pitch black RV cabin. The hand rest in front of him tightened and balled into a fist. You okay?
Yeah.
I'm fine. I mean, I'm not dying or anything. Cove's eyebrows bent up nervously, but his smile widened. He curled himself deeper into the loft, closer to you, and he looked away as he did. There was almost no space left between he and you. Cove's breath tickled the side of your face, and for a moment you stayed like that together. Stayed together like that. Neither of you spoke a word. When you locked eyes again, Cove seemed almost taken back by the situation, as though it hadn't completely hit him what is going to feel like it was going to feel like doing this until now, just now. He opened his mouth to say something, but shut it tightly before anything came out. You went to sleep how you were, you moved back, or you snuggled against him, or you leaned in to kiss him. Daddy Caro's not here. I'm actually gonna go for this one. So get the fucking game if you want to see what this does. I am, but let's see, Pia or I can actually show you what the thing does, but I think I'm gonna do the snuggle. Just because I know what this does, and you don't actually get to kiss him. But you can see him freak out. You moved in closer, eyes half closed as your lips inch towards him, slowly. Cove froze up immediately. You could feel his body tremble against you as you near. You grew in close enough to be one motion away from placing your lips together. All at once, he bolted upright, completely forgetting the restrictions of the location, and smacked his head against the roof of the RV in a loud crack, making you gasp aloud. Ow! Cove, are you okay? Cove didn't answer. He fell back to the loft floor in a flustered pile, and he pressed one hand against his head and the other one over his face as he groaned in pain. The loud movements in the RV below startled you, and when you looked over to the side, you noticed Cliff had similar shot up and looked around wildly. See, Eva.
What's wrong?
No. See, this is the whole reason why I'm not doing this one, because you guys can figure out what happens after he gets fucking exposed. You close the difference completely, snuggling your face into the crook of his neck. Under his chin, it was warmer than you thought it would be. Cove stiffened and let out a yelp, which he quickly bit down on his lip to stifle. He gave you an apologetic look. This still wasn't bad for him, just surprising. After a few moments, he settled in and took deep and steady breaths. He rested a cheek against the top of your head. You could feel his lips curve into a smile as it made you happier to know he was enjoying the moment too. I like how this one just plays out better. The two of you fell asleep before long, cuddling up together. When you awoke the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as it traveled the long journey home. You noticed quickly that you weren't as warm as you were before, been during the night. And when you checked next to you, Cove was gone. Blinking sleepily, you peeked over the edge of the loft to find where he had gone. Maybe he had snuck back into the spot on the floor during the night. However, you soon noticed him sitting on the couch, talking quietly with his mom. He hung his head in embarrassment. Your movement gave you away, and Kyra suddenly looked up and caught your eye. She simply smiled amusedly at you, and it was obvious what had happened. Cove hadn't gotten away with it. They found him up there in the loft, and then you woke up while he was trying to explain. You knew it was going to be a long, long time before you lived this one down, if you ever did. Soon your moms and Elizabeth emerged from the room, dressed and ready for the day of travel. You spent most of the day hanging out together in the RV, savoring the last few hours of vacation. Karo suggested a few different travel games she used to play with Cove when he was younger. You all had a great time competing against each other. A little later in the day, you tried talking to Cove about what happened in the loft, and he simply apologized and changed the subject. It was a bit too much for him to try to speak on it, especially now you understood. When the RV finally pulled onto your street, it was well into the night, and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed after the last few days away. Everyone else must have felt the same way because it was mutual agreement that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until the morning. Once home again, you went straight to your room and dropped onto your bed, shoes and all. Ew, no, take off the shoes, you bitch. You were happy to be in your own bed. It felt weird to be alone. It felt good to be alone. You wished you were still on trip. You were missing being near Cove. The two of you basically been living together for the 3 days, and it was nice. But you knew that it wouldn't have been the last time the two of you would spend together. And the thought comforted you. With the last few thoughts drifted from your mind, it wasn't long before you dozed off to sleep. Tomorrow, life would go on like normal. Alright, we're going to do this, and then summer ends. And we're done with then step 2. You whirled away, is that what that word is? The morning, doing whatever struck your fancy, and now you were recharging with lunch. With nothing at the horizon, you were free to spend as much or as little time on your plate as you wanted. It was while you were thinking of all the possibilities for your afternoon that your mom's approached you.
Hi.
Sophia? You okay? Mouth full, you nodded in reply. To your surprise, they both sat with you at the table. Based on the time, you were wondering if they were planning on joining you for a meal, but neither of them brought anything.
All right.
Great. We wanted to have a little chat with you. The qualifier little... what the fuck? Did nothing to downplay the situation. Your chewing slowed as your eyes widened, looking at from one parent to another. Anything that required both of them to talk to you must have been pretty big. Something big. It was unsettling. You perked up, your minds full of possibilities, irritated at the interruption you groaned. A vacation? Maybe? Or a pet? The revelation that they could actually be undercover agents. You leaned in, eager to learn more. There's a soiree at the Compress tomorrow night. Your mom and I are going, and I need water. Mwah. The Compress was a country club your moms were part of and where Elizabeth played golf. It seemed like every other month that they were some event or another, with all fancy names like Soiree. You nodded eagerly, anxious for Mom to get to the good stuff. Mom chuckled at your poor, concealed reaction. Leaning in, your mom took your hand and squeezed it. We decided to make the night a bit special. Elizabeth is going to be allowed to stay home fully alone for the first time.
Sorry.
You're still coming to the party with us. Elizabeth's night to party with, no family around, and not yours. Sorry. You gotta wait a couple more years. Shit, when was the first time my parents left me alone? I don't remember. I wasn't really alone, I was with my brothers. I don't know. when I was completely alone in France. Okay. Yeah. It's not fair. You were disappointed by the news. Alright, I can go. What's the soiree gonna be like? Alright, I can go. Your mom's beamed at you. I'm glad you're so understanding. And don't worry, we're not leaving you out. We want you to have a special night too. Intrigued, you grinned at your moms and listened. Your parents shared a look across the table and you cleared your throat, reminding them that you were waiting. They couldn't keep dropping such hints and then turn coy when the conversation was about to get good.
Well,
Since it's a pretty fancy party that's still chaperoned and attendees are allowed to bring a guest, we thought it would be a nice opportunity for you to invite someone yourself as a date if you want. Your eyes widened as the word sunk in. Your moms continued and struggled to keep up. Even though it will be at the party too, you don't need to worry about us getting in your way. You'll be free to eat, dance, enjoy the music as you see fit. But no leaving the property. Ma nodded at Mom's interjection.
isn't that great?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the party, and if you'd rather bring just a friend, that is a-okay too. That's amazing. How disappointing. You didn't know how to react. Amazing. Bitches, we're going on a date. You must have lit up because your parents shared an amused look again. Cars, I was like, what is that? Yeah, I don't need Daddy Karo. Daddy Karo not here. I got Mom's approval. I don't know what that was. You lit up because your parents shared an amused look again.
Don't worry about
The
it.
soiree isn't until tomorrow, so you got time. Just let us know your plans before heading out. That is all. We'll leave you to your lunch now. Your moms rose from their chair in unison and disappeared to another part of the house. You barely noticed their departure. All you could think of was what just happened. I'll deal with Kara. Go get them. Thanks for me now. I feel like I'm in like a romance drama where it's like all the friends are like, yeah, I'll cover for you. Go get them. Just everyone trying to tackle Karo to not turn my boyfriend into a fertilizer. The remnants of your lunch stared up at you from your plate. You felt like you should finish eating, you lost your appetite, or you were glad to go back to eating. You felt like you should finish eating. The conversation had taken your mind off the meal, and you opted to try to eat a little more, and you picked up the plate for a little while longer. Even though you relocated to your bedroom, your head was stuck on the conversation that had unfolded at the dinner table downstairs. You knew that having someone come as a friend would be best. You wanted it to be a date. You didn't want to bring anyone. It was too soon to pick. Or another one. Bitches, it's gonna be a date. It's gonna be a date. The prospect of you having your first date made it impossible to sit still. You couldn't help but jiggle your foot as you laid on your bed, contemplating the possibility. The night would be a date would mean actually asking someone out. The little you knew of that came from what you've seen on TV, movies, and what you've heard from kids at school. Your moms haven't even entertained the idea of you dating until now. Probably because they didn't really have to worry about it because they're like, oh, she's getting with that one boy across the street. You went over possible words and phrases in your head, setting up scenarios and smooth sengus before tearing them down and trying something else. You realized that you were mentally scripting Cove as the one where you were asking if he had been his name repeated inside your head, his face lighting up as you invited him to join you. You were burying your face in a pillow, not wanting to continue after noticing. You laughed awkwardly at yourself, smiling, and closed your eyes at the daydream crystallizing in your head. Like this main character is like full blown in love and it's just like head over heels. You smiled as the train of thought continued a little longer. You clearly pictured his eyes and the way he rubbed his arm when he was nervous, trying your best to guess what he might do next. It was nice. You liked him. You have always liked him. A lot. You wouldn't be able to stop thinking of him even if you wanted to, and you didn't. Sighing, you shifted position on the bed, resting your arms on the windowsill. A flock of birds caught your attention, leading your gaze as they crossed the sky. You watched the birds grow smaller and less distinct until they disappeared from sight. Like a snap of a hypnotist's finger. Yeah, fuck that. You were released from the trance and left with the goal of your own. You were going to take a walk. Bitches love cannons. You were amped through the familiar streets of your neighborhood, picking your path at a whim. It was as quiet as ever, with tourists choosing to congregate in the shopping areas and near the beach rather than venture into the sleepy residential zones. You continued down the road and soon found yourself at the shore. The fresh, salty air hit you at first, rolling to meet you over the grassy dunes and that tickled your legs, followed by a familiar view of the sea stretched out across the horizon. You came to a halt. A lone figure was standing in the ocean, the water up to his knees. Oh shit. Though his back was to you, you recognized the familiar silhouette was as Cove's. It made sense that you would find him here. He was always in his element by the sea. You had no idea if he heard your arrival or it was coincidence, but he looked over his shoulder and met your eyes. Your eyes met. You smiled, you waved, you called out. You nervously headed closer, or you confident headed closer. Whoop. Your feet kept trying to trip you up in your eagerness to reach Cove, but you seemed to manage to keep from falling over and making a fool of yourself. Cove smiled at you, bathed in the soft light of the afternoon sun with his hair gentle tossed by the sea breeze, and he looked especially charming. He then fully turned around and began to wane through the water over to the shore. You wanted him to get to you already. You could hardly wait to talk about this. You hoped he would take his time to come over. You were nervous. You relaxed after running into him, and you were alright about this. Ooh. A heart afluttered. You wondered what you were going to say to him when he reached you. The question was whether to invite him, and if so, in what fashion. Was it in front of you, between leaps into a world unknown, or enjoy the safety of familiars. Shirtless boy! Hey, Sophia. Are you free right now? Not exactly. My mom started taking me to a Soiree tomorrow at the country club. It was kind of a strange segue. Segue? Is it segue? Have I been pronouncing it wrong? Or is it segue? What do you say? Segue. But you were getting right to the point. Soiree? Huh? Sounds exciting? He smiled politely, but you could tell that your outing mention hadn't sparked much interest. That didn't come as much as a surprise to you. Formal affairs and big gatherings were some of his least favorite things. But you were sure he would attend if you were the one to invite him. You only had to do it. Cove tilted his head curiously at you. You resolved and made it a date? You asked him as a friend only? Or you decided to ask him, and not to ask him? You didn't want to force him to come. You decided not to ask at all. You didn't feel like having a guest. Cove continued to watch you expectantly. And I have a knot in my hair. Lovely. It was kind of thrilling to see him in suspense. Sophia? Cove, I want you to be my date for the party. Do you want to go on a date with me? My parents said it would be alright if I brought a date, and would you go to the party with me as a practice date? No, don't date Cove. I'm dating Cove. The words tumbled out of your mouth. It was a miracle that they were all in the right order. Caught off guard. Practice date. Caught off guard, he lifted his hands in front of his chest out of surprise, and then packed them down in a cross over his chest. He twisted his face to the side, no longer able to meet your eyes, and he couldn't help but flush his cheeks. Cove is sickly. Too bad.
Oh my
He's
god.
mine. Are you serious? I'm as serious as something serious? It's very serious, is what I'm saying. His lips were pressed tightly together, preventing any more words from slipping out. You could tell that he was nervous, but it was always easy to pick up on him, with him. What? With another moment, he inclined his head, dipping in a nod so slightly that you might have missed it if you had been able to tear your eyes from him. Tear your eyes? Yay, really? You exhaled deeply. Thank you. You're welcome. Yay! Cove's eye closed his eyes, trapped in an awkward pose as he was gripping his arms so tightly that the skin around his knuckles were full taut. Are you okay? Cove exhaled at last, letting out a sigh that stretched into another tense silence. And I need water. His stance loosened and his arms crossed over his chest. But he was no longer clutching them like a shield. You didn't want to be the one that breaks the quiet. Thanks, Sophia. I guess I'm gonna have to tell my dad. And mom, too. Right. I gotta let my moms know that you're coming. You're going. Can you come with me? Yeah. It was a relief that he thought enough to manage speech again. You hoped that by the time you had gotten into your house, he'd be able to manage full sentences once more. I love that you said you were like, I'll deal with Karo and then go get him, and then you're like, wait, no, don't date Cove. Did you want me to ask the mom out on the date? So I don't think that was an option. Cove into where he discarded his things in the sand, tucking a shirt over his head and slipping on a pair of shoes before joining you and setting off home. The two of you stepped inside the front door of your house. The action you had taken together countless times, but your stomach had never churned quite like this one on previous occasion. At the sound of the door opening, your mom poked her head into the hall.
Hello.
Ah, Cove, it's you. What a surprise. She chuckled at her own joke. Cove was always there, and she knew how close you two were. Bringing anyone other than him would have been an actual surprise. Hi, Miss Layton. It's nice to see you. So I take it Cove's going to be our guest for tomorrow night? Yep.
Well...
Mommies. What kind of outing will it be? Her voice was hesitant but serious. Cove ducked his head down reflexively. You knew he was figuring out what he figured out what she was driving at. It's a date. You know what it is. What does it look like? You couldn't bring yourself to speak. Hand holding tight. Mom nodded in understanding. She wore a wisp smile. Mom's gonna be thrilled about this. Cove tilted his head back up just slightly, peeking through the longer strands of his hair. Just her, Miss Layton? Even if you had not been able to see his wide, worried eyes, you have heard the anxiety in his voice, and your mom sighed and patted him on his arm. Oh, Cove, you're a great kid. Most parents hope that their kid meets such a special person someday. She glanced aside, a why expression on her face. Someday is a real key word there. She turned back to you both. But you just had to move in right across the street at 8 years old. Mom crouched down, shaking her head, and put a hand on Cove's shoulder. Her eyes. She's just over there, she's like, this boy moved in at 8 years old, stole my daughter. She gets along with Karo.
Okay.
It was worse. Leave the artwork alone, TG. This mom was when you're so called. Cove, I hope you're planning on being very good to Sophia, and I'm not just talking about tomorrow night. She nudged him playfully on the cheek with a fist. Cove, who had been blushing when all this began, was now red as a heirloom tomato. Oh, okay, yeah, I was. Or will? Not bad art. Intensity of her feelings towards Cove. It's like, ah! You're making him uncomfortable. Stop embarrassing me. You don't have to worry. You don't have to worry. Cove's gonna be good to me. Come on, Cove. What's the answer? There was a teasing tone in your voice. Between you and your mom, Cove was defenseless. He didn't speak further, his eyes locked on his shuffling feet as he rubbed the scar on his arm. The redness remained intact. Okay, we put Cove through the ringer enough. The big day isn't even here yet. You laughed and nodded along. There was still plenty of time to have fun. I'll give your folks a call and get everything squared away. She headed off to the phone, leaving you two alone. Cove's eye darted back to you. He shot you a quick and delicate smile before staring at the ground again. I'm gonna go across the street to talk to my parents. Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye, Cove. He retreated from your home's entryway without another word. And the rest of the afternoon passed by just like that. Back in your room, your mind was alight with visions of tomorrow night. Soiree was something not as nearly exciting as going your first date. Yep, look. You were thrilled that Cove had actually said yes, and that he was genuinely your date to the party. Yeah, I know. It was like, why don't I go back with him? But then I think he was just like, I'm gonna already get teased by my parents. I don't need more teasing. You hugged your knees to your chest, overall awed by the thought, and the night couldn't come soon enough. The soiree had arrived, and the daylight hours had slipped away in a blur. Up in your bedroom, you were getting ready for the big event. It was your intention at least, but you hadn't settled on an outfit. Stationed in front of your wardrobe, you scanned over the clothing you had at your disposal. Though Ma had mentioned this event was a bit dressier than the normal get-together, and you didn't necessarily have to comply. You looked for something formal, you wanted to keep it casual, you wondered how Cove might feel about your outfit. Something formal. You attempt to decide between a nicer pieces in your wardrobe, the ones that rarely had a chance to come out, and you decide to dress formally because you felt like it. You honestly like to dress up. You were dressing to impress. You ought to do things, or ought to put things you own to a use. You wanted to make Ma happy. Boop. There was something magical about the sheen of the elegant fabric or the cut of formal wear. Something that transformed everyone into more sophisticated versions of their normal selves. You decided to wear dress, a blouse, a button-down shirt. Dress. The one you picked was light and sheen silk material seemed to guide through your fingers as you took it from the wardrobe. It was a perfect fit for the summer evening party. When does the good stuff? The good stuff? Once I start. Whatever. Get past this event, and then we'll do the end of the summer, and then we'll do the prologue of step 3, and I think I'll stop after that. Maybe. Depends on how I feel. Perfect fit for this. Yeah. You begin to get dressed. Your fingers worked stiff zips and awkward fastenings. The difference against your skin reminded you every moment that you were dressing up. Whatever happened tonight, you were pleased that you got into the opportunity to wear this. Now dressed, you gave yourself a final glance over before heading downstairs, ready to head out. You found your moms already waiting in the living room. They were putting the final touches on their outfits. Ma strapped her heels into stiletto shoes, and Ma tried to fasten the bracelet single-handed. Look at the moms dressed up. Karo isn't here, so Hanky Panky can... Yes, it could. If we weren't 13. They looked up as you entered. Oh, Sophia, you look so nice, don't you think, Pam?
Thanks.
Thanks for dressing up, Sophia. I hope the party will be prepared for your arrival. You look sharp. They're 13! Yeah! I'm only 13. We're still middle school. Don't worry, and the next step will be 18. Ma was struggling with the bracelet, and you lent a hand, literally, by taking one of the ends and holding it as she secured the clasp. He looks built for a 13-year-old. Yeah, we've discussed this when we first looked at it. Wait. You see him get more built as time goes on. Dear game people, learn to make your characters look their age and not betas. Yeah, like, people, I guess, a lot of people have a hard time drawing kids. I feel like they did kind of okay, but anime. Anime has the worst of it. Thanks, kiddo. That's what I keep saying. Ma glanced over at the clock on the wall, seeing where the hands were pointed, a frown creased on her face. When is Cove gonna be here, do you know? He's getting here at 7, soon probably. I'm not sure. I'm picking him up at his place. I'll go get him. Mom pursed her lips together as stared at the hands ticking by on the clock. Alright. If he's not here in 5, I'll give his house a call. Elizabeth flittered down the steps, her eyes narrowed. Step 1 for drawing kids. Make a short human. Step 2, make them look young. Step 3, forget what step 1 and 2. I think because teens can look like adults or babies, so how do you make a person look like a teen? Yeah. Humans are weird.
What?
You're still here? Yes, but not for much longer, hopefully. Wait. I know you're excited, and we hadn't even said goodbye, and I wanted to go over how things are going to play out. Elizabeth sighed as Mom began listing the rules, ticking them off her fingers. No ordering takeout or other deliveries, and you can't have anyone else come over. No, Elizabeth is 2 years older than us, so she would be 15.
Uh-huh.
She nodded, resigned to her fate. Listing out a set of rules as she predicted without so much as a glance at a crystal ball. If anything happens, you can call us or go across the street to the Mr. Holton's. Keep the noise down. This house might be empty, but there's still people all around the neighborhood. Usual house rules still apply. Don't do anything that you wouldn't do if we were here.
All right.
We'll be back no later than 11:30 p.m. But we'll call if there's any issue, so don't tie up the phone line all night. Alright, all done. Can you go now? Ma strolled over and swept Elizabeth up in a hug. Your sister let out a small noise. Her eyes widened, suddenly looked much less like a smug teenager she acted like. You're such a good girl now. I can't believe it. Elizabeth rolled her eyes as this wasn't a quick departure and she'd been hoping for. Any chance of it ending soon vanished as Ma joined in the hug. Neither can I. It feels like it was only yesterday that. Elizabeth groaned, trying to cut the reminiscent off without success. You laughed and stayed well clear of the love pile. You felt sorry for your sister. You were glad you weren't the one getting the treatment, or you joined in the hug. Fucking hug her. Mom and Ma held out their hands to you as you approached, welcoming you into the hug. Elizabeth whined, eager for this to come to an end already.
Jeez.
Can you let go? Just go. Jeez. Your family disentangled from the hug in time to catch the doorbell ringing. Ooh, the guest of honor is here. She raced over to the door as Ma predicted. Cove had arrived, and he was ushered inside.
Oh, nice.
You look very nice, Cove. Look at this boy! Thanks. He looked around the room, searching for a way out of the conversation before his eyes met yours. Coves pulled his face into a smile as you reciprocated. The tension in his face faded away. You watched him take in your outfit, swallowing and grinning at you again. Hi, Sophia. Hi, Cove.
It's nice.
You look really nice tonight. I'm glad we got to do this. Go to a place dressed up, I mean. His words took you by surprise, and it wasn't often that Cove complimented on your appearance. But you were happy to accept the compliment. You attempted to control the grin spread across your face. The small statement had made a big impact. You inspected his outfit in turn. You look good too. I wish I could say the same to you. Oh, god damn, the fucking mean ones. What is you're wearing? Or you look wonderful. You look good too. Cove held his arms tight against his body, shielding himself from the overt declaration of approval. Thank you. Now that Mom had finished reiterating the rules to Elizabeth, who then scurried off to the sanctuary of her room, she came over to greet Cove. Hi, Cove. It's nice to have you along for the ride. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
It's no trouble. You're always welcomed. Mom's eyebrows rose twin lines of concern. Let's all remember that for the foreseeable future, we'll be neighbors who have to see each other every day.
Yeah.
Cove, who looked helpless at your mom, luckily Ma came over and rescued him. Mom's the cautious type, sweetie. You don't need to look so worried. Mom smiled reassuringly. She didn't intend to scare him. Ma laid a hand on her shoulder. We should get into the car. There's nothing fashionable about being late. As you made to follow your mom's, Cove held out a hand. Pausing, you waited for an explanation. He wilted under the force of your attention, letting out a long sigh. Both my dad and my mom insist that since this is a... He paused, pushing the hair back from his burning face and forced himself to continue. It's a date and kind of a fancy party. I need to bring something for you inviting me. The conclusion of the story caught you by surprise and you blinked. You weren't sure if you slacked too much on your own preparations for tonight. You got me a present?
That's,
Not really, just this. Cove reached behind himself to take out something out of his back pocket. His hand returned to the view of him holding a single small white poppy by the stem. Cove threw his gaze to the floor, shyly inching his hand closer to you. The bitch got me a flower. It's my favorite. This is nice. I don't like this flower, you said jokingly. I don't like this flower, you said honestly. He twitched ever so slightly. Was that on purpose? You remembered my favorite flower and got one for me? His voice cracked under the strain of being confronted on what he had done. Yeah, that's what I did. You didn't need to do this, Cove. I'm sorry I didn't get you anything. Thank you, Cove. You left the conversation there, or you're so wonderful. Thank you. He muttered a delicate reply. You're welcome. And then you accepted the flower from him. Cove straightened himself out in response. So, we're gonna be late if we keep standing here. Right, we better hurry. Soiree. You pulled up to the country club. The sun had sunken deep into the horizon. The last of its lights swept, sleeping warmly on the oncoming night. Your moms led the way to the space around the back where the event was being held. The place had been transformed through decoration. A smart tablecloth, elegant ribbons contributing to the festival atmosphere. Musicians dressed in matching black and white were setting up their instruments, flicking through pages of sheet music, and as promised, there was a table covered in plates of carefully prepared food. Destination reached, your parents round you and Cove. Things haven't kicked off yet, but don't let that stop you from enjoying yourselves.
Have fun.
We'll be around if you need us.
See you later.
Bye. Cove waved your moms off. Once they retreated a distance away, you found him watching you expectantly. What now? It wasn't a question, but a plead for help. You could tell he definitely didn't know what to do with himself in the situation. We have to wait for things to start, like the band, but there's stuff going on already. Cove perked up at that.
Really?
Oh? Do you want to do any of those? What are they? Whatever they are. You introduced Cove to the people of your country club. You took a seat to relax, or you checked on the snacks at the refreshment table. Snacks! We can go eat some food now, even if the music hasn't started yet.
Oh?
That's okay, it's not too soon. Yeah, I only like these parties because there's free food. I knew you would come for the free food. Yep, I wonder what they'll have this time. No one minds, really. Let's go find out. The two of you wandered over to the refreshment table. With it being early in the night, it had been barely touched and the plates were nearly as pristine as when they left the kitchen. The offerings were all tiny and bite-sized, ready to be picked up and sampled. And immediately apparent shifting in my seat. It was immediately apparent that there were plenty to choose from. Just the level of care in which it was presented. It was clear that this was the fancy stuff, and Cove stared at one plate and the other, confused.
Maybe?
I think I know some of this. I don't. Gross. There's only some of it's good anyway. This is the good stuff. Okay. Is it? Yeah. You picked up one of the nearby morsels and presented it in front of Cove to observe. It looks like a slice of the world's smallest loaf with stuff on top. It has to be small so you got room to try lots of different things. Cove's eyes were wide as you guided him through what was there to offer. Made you feel sophisticated. Cove squared his shoulders as if gearing up for the match. His stance was familiar from all the times you'd seen him prepare for some sports event. I'm gonna try it. He picked up the plate, took one appetizer, and then another. And then another. And soon you realized he was taking one of every single type. You're taking everything? Uh-huh. Why not? You joined him in sampling everything. You picked up only certain options. I'll join him. You might be stuffed afterwards, but that would be a problem for your future self. Right now, you're going to enjoy the feast to the fullest. Cove nibbled his way through everything the Cypress had. The results of his endeavor were mixed. He was revolted by some things he tried, only screwing up his face and rushed to find a drink to wash the taste away. Yet the bad experience didn't stop him from moving on to the next snap with an open mind. There were some foods he was neutral about and dismissed them with a shrug, and best of all were his reactions when he stumbled upon something good. Each time caught him by surprise. His expression morphed into wary confusion to skeptical interest before making way for astonishment and enjoyment. Regardless of how he felt about what he was currently eating, you could tell he was having a good time, just being free to eat whenever he laid his eyes on. You thought it was nice too. After going through a round of sampling, you continued to munch on the refreshments while waiting for the music, or you moved on to something else. took a seat. We should pick a table. Okay. You found a place to sit at the edge of the party area, where it was quieter and a fewer people bustling around. You pulled out a chair and sat down, and Cove already seated and stretching. These clothes are kind of uncomfortable. He flexed an arm at the elbow, frowning before twisting it back behind him. Yeah? My arm can't move the same as normal, and I feel like I'm gonna rip it if I do anything. I don't mind it. Yeah, it's the worst, or I think it suits you. Really? Oh, okay, thanks. He toyed with one cuff of his shirt, wedging a finger between the fabric and his skin. And now you had a spot of your own. You chatted with Cove at the table, or you moved on to something else. What was the other thing? Just chatting to people? I'll just chat to Cove. In no time, the sun set in full and the lights faded in, and the opening note of the band's first song rang out. You and Cove stopped what you were doing, turned to contemplate the party that was steadily unfurling while you were distracted. It was much busier now, both turns of people and activity. The first steps were taken onto the dance floor. Some tentative, others eager. Even with the band had been playing, the consistent level of chatter would have ensued that it wasn't going to be a quiet night. The party now is in full swing and your options had increased. See what your moms are up to, watch the band perform, or ask Cove to dance. We dance. Would you like to dance, maybe? Hey Cove, let's dance. Cove, can I have the pleasure of your company on the dance floor? Come on, it's time to dance. I like to dance with you if that's okay. I'm like debating if I want to do the very formal one or this one. Because this one's cute. This one's just formal and I'm like, aha. Really? He blurted out the words without thinking and clamped a hand over his mouth before anything else could slip out. Really? Cove sucked in a deep breath as trying to inhale confidence as well of oxygen into his lungs. He gave a single serious nod before holding a trembling hand out towards you. You felt confident, or you were nervous alongside him. Taking a steady breath, you reminded yourself that nothing here could hurt you, physically at any rate. Take Cove's glasses and run away. Bingo. Naughty, bingo. This train of thought was leading you down tunnels of potential embarrassment, so you tried to keep your mind in the moment. You took Cove's outstretched hand. His skin was hot and damp, but yours was probably no better. You squeezed it, giving him an empathetic smile, and together you carefully made your way onto the dance floor. You took your place standing before each other, hands still intertwined. Frowning, Cove assessed the situation, trying to puzzle it out like a math problem before putting his remaining free hands on your shoulder. You repositioned his hands to your waist, or you were happy with that? Ooh! Ooh! You took his hands from your shoulder and moved it lower for the dance. His eyes shook at the touch from how tense his arm was, and you knew Cove was fighting the urge to pull away. But ultimately, he smiled shyly at you and gripped your other hand tightened. You gazed up at Cove, who seemed suddenly aware of the few inches he had over you and awkwardly glanced down at you from the corner of his eyes, looking almost apologetic. The music had begun and you both moved, eager to catch up to it, but your feet took you in an opposite direction. Fumbled, the two of you shifted from side to side, attempting to mirror each other's movements, but always winded up at odds. It was difficult. Cove was struggling to coordinate his own limbs to the rhythm, let alone match your movements. When Cove's foot ghosted over yours, it was decided to be safe for everyone if you simply swayed to the tunes. You rooted yourself to the floor and your torso gently moved to the sound. Grateful, Cove kept his movements small and subtle in the same way. We can't dance. We have no moves. All was fine for a little while, and you weren't going to win any dancing accolades with Cove. But that doesn't matter when you were treasuring just being close to him. Cove stepped out of sync with the music, knocking against you. He flinched back, nearly pulling you over in the process. You took a hand from him and held it up, halting proceedings so you could both get your bearings once more. We should have stuck to hokey pokey. It's okay. Dancing's harder than I thought. I'm signing you up for dancing lessons. You quietly took a break. Dancing? Instead of the feeling better over the mutual struggle, Cove looked off. Hanky panky. Bitch! Yeah. Then you took Cove's hand once more and gingerly resumed swaying to the music. Cove reluctantly followed suit. His steps were small and apprehensive. He mumbled something quietly. This is a long song. You weren't sure how to take that, whether it meant that something was wrong or if Cove really didn't like dancing, or if he didn't like dancing with you specifically. It made the last couple of minutes of the song uncomfortable as you weighed down what to do and what to say to Cove. Oh my god, guys, just wait. Just wait until we at least get to 18, you bitches. And then you can make all the jokes. When the musicians laid their instruments down, Ko dropped your hands as if they were burning him. He trailed off the dance floor as quickly as possible as he could without breaking into an outright run. You wanted it also. I did. I'm a hamburger. In truth, you bet that it was faster than most people here could manage, and you had it difficult trailing him before he could get lost in the crowd. When you caught up, he said nothing, and you tried to get him to do something else, but less elected? Anything from him was impossible. You focused over Cove, wondering how he was finding the evening. He sighed. It was so quiet and unobtrusive that you wouldn't have caught it if you hadn't been watching him. His gaze roamed, and with how far away his eyes seemed whenever he was searching for couldn't be found at the party. He turned to face you before you could say anything. I want to sit down. We can do that. Cove began to move, and you instinctively followed him, yet instead of taking a seat at one of the many free tables as you expected, Cove ignored them as he purposely strolled out of the party area. Where are you going? Your call didn't seem to register with him as he continued forward out into the green of the golf course. You went after him, trying to watch out for uneven ground underfoots, and the clogs of the dirt dislodged in the game of golf were perfect for snatching unwary feet even in the daylight. Up ahead, Cove didn't appear to have any difficulty traversing the uneven land. We got a CGI. He settled down on one of the little hills of the golf course, and you joined him, unsure over what was going on. Are you all right? Why are we here? What's wrong? Why did you drag us out here? Look at us breaking rules. You didn't say anything. What's wrong? Cove started as if he acted on instinct, and your question had brought him around to reality again.
Sorry.
And it's okay. You can go back to the party. You didn't budge from your spot. From here, the party was just glowing haze in the distance. You were glad to take the break, or you didn't want to leave him behind. I'm not going to leave you here, and I'm not going to drag you back if you don't want to. Oh, thanks. Now that Cove was more at ease, you tried to figure out what was causing him to take flight in the first place. Even thinking of the words pained you, and you knew you had to know the answer. Did going to the party with me make you uncomfortable? Logically, you knew that the issue was likely the activity rather than your company. Your heart was strained with worry that you had been at fault, though. Was it because I made you dance? The abrupt departure from that was another indicator that something had gone awry.
What?
Awry. No. He shook his head. Yep, fuck it. It's not anything I did tonight. It's definitely not anything you did either. Relief overcame you. You suspected as much, but with this being your very first date, it was hard to be sure. Cove attempted to fill the gaps of understanding. I don't want to think about going back to the party. I feel ready to go home. Oof. To your home planet? We're on a fucking hill again, Space Cadet. Don't try running that far. You kept quiet. I'm sorry that you're not having fun anymore. Should I go get my mom's? I don't want to ruin their night. Cove sat there quietly, gazing out onto the shadow hills and valleys of the golf course. The comfortable, warm winds rustled between you, tousling his hair. It was so far from the hubbub of the party, and you could even make out the quiet sounds of crickets chirping. This is kind of like the first time we met. Do you remember? Yeah, of course I do. How could I forget? No. You always liked him, even from the very first day. It's so weird that was long time ago now. You thought about back to the day when Cove first arrived in the neighborhood, and he had run away from Mr. Holton and taking solace in the hills behind your house. Cove, make a move and it had been late too, on a clear night like tonight. Looking at the sky, you wondered if stars were looking down at the same were the same ones as then. Cove's face was bright, though you could still see the signs of strain that had caused him to depart from the solace. Soiree. When he first sat down, he had curled up like a pill bug, hunched over, knees pressed in chest, arms wrapped around them. Like accidentally touching their hand or something. He'd unwound as you talked to him, straightening up, and his hands free to gesturate. It was though the two of you had constructed your own little world away from everything else. And he was beginning to perk up. The small smile that had crept onto his face was quickly ushered away by a frown. I can't believe I'm on a date. Cove followed up on the statement before you could react. He spoke in a distinct whisper tone, as though you were the only one in the world who he could share these words with. After I said I wanted to come, I wanted to take it back. Not because I really didn't want to, but because, I don't know. It seemed like a big deal, and it made me feel bad somehow. I started to feel like I couldn't do it, even though I wanted to do it. I guess it was sort of like having to give a presentation in front of class, even though it was just me and you doing something, like we're always doing. He charged on, his words streaming out. Ko wants to do it! I still could do it because thinking about not being there in you and what you might be thinking if I did it, take it back, made me feel worse than whatever else I felt.
I'm sorry.
Sophia, I'm sorry, I just can't deal with stuff like this. and have to make everything else so complicated. You don't have to apologize, you sadly hung your head. I'm sorry it made you feel bad. I don't want you to be here if you don't want it. If you don't want to. You smiled at him. You didn't have to come and you could have told me. You don't have to apologize. Then you took his hand, you placed a hand on his shoulder, you leaned up against him, you ruffled his hair, or you hoped he'd feel better. Yes, touch the hand. His skin was cool to the touch. His fingers coiled delicately around yours. He finally moved his head to look you straight on, eyes meeting yours. Thank you for inviting me, Sophia. You stared back at him, not comprehending. But didn't it make you feel bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, they blink. They have always blinked. What is this witchcraft? They've been blinking since the beginning. Like me, I blink too. Blink, blink, blink. And now I got something in my eye. Yeah, it did. When I had to think about how I was actually doing it, but getting to hear that you wanted me to come made me feel good. You can blink? I don't believe you. I've never seen them blink before. TG. Watch it. I can time you out, bitch. Grr. Grr. He flushed and had to break the fragile eye contact made.
I mean...
I wanted to keep doing things with you, no matter what, even if I felt weird sometimes. Eats cookie. Bitch! Flamingo! You won't. You're lucky my computer takes forever doing that. I don't want to stop being there. I don't want you to stop wanting me there. When I do whatever it is for real and you're with me, it feels better in the end. It always does. You're lucky my computer is an ass and I have to click on things several times to be able to see it or be able to ban or time people out. You felt the tug on your hand and found Cove in the process of standing up, and you joined him on your feet. Hey, what's that? What's that? Hey, give me a warning next time. What's up? You tilted your head in an unspoken question. Yeah, blame the boomer. Boo. You called me a boomer! Well, thank you. Cove smiled awkwardly, brushing some grass off the side of his pants.
Wanna dance with me?
Aww. I hope you guys know I'm like cuddling my water bottle right now. It's because we're cool, bitch. You already danced with me. I don't think you had a good time. It's the dance party, right? And I think he trailed off, a brow furrowed as if he was trying to figure out the answer himself. Nodding slowly, he continued. I think I want to dance with you again, before it's over. It's a little weird imagine cuddling a water bottle. It's like a gallon-sized water bottle, so like the thing's huge. Like as huge as my head. So it sits on like my one knee and like is kind of like tucked against like my arm. I don't know how to describe it. Oh god, there goes my headphone. Still, I'm calling you out, bitch. Grr. 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 With the only words that he had explained gone, he had held up his hand to you and his expressions were soft. I want to dance with you too. No thanks. You nodded quietly or you shook your head. Then you reached for his hand and you took it in yours once more. Cove bit his lip as your fingers intertwined together and his cheeks reddened. You returned hand in hand with the party reaching the end of the long evening and dancing couples had become scarce. One pair among many were hard to notice, and now the space around you would act like a spotlight. Not that there were many left to watch you. He was still at ease and still buoyant by the dispersing crowd. This time there was a spring in his step as you walked onto the dance floor together. Cove kept a hold of your hand that you had given him back on the little hill. Remembering your earlier attempts of dancing, he placed his free hand on your waist, all on his own, although the touch was still Yep, fuck it. Cove hesitated while you waited for a sign. With the song in process before you stepped out to dance, there was no signal for the right moment to begin. Same thought occurred to Cove, who shrugged his shoulders with keeping form and taking that as your starting point. You cautiously begin to sway and Cove ready to follow your example. You danced wordlessly, dimmed, aware of the music guiding you. You were more focused on Cove's, whose attention was firmly faceted on you. Unlike before, when he had a nervous look down at his feet as he was trying to keep them in check. His eyes were steady. He didn't even allow himself to be shaken when your knees knocked against each other and the both of you fumbled in your steps. Instead, he chuckled and it was as soft as rolls of the morning tide. His lips curved into a shy crescent. You had to drift into a dreamlike state, but that expression and one that you had never seen before pinned you back to reality. Your heart was caught in a cinch, held tight, and you have yet straining the effort of thumping hard against than it had after any moment of physical exertion. God damn. Words! If I fall out of my chair again, you guys will know. I'll possibly be taking my computer with me. Or the headphones will pop out of my head. Wow. I've already fallen once today. As in a response, he held his hand began to hold yours in increasing strength, and he pulled you ever so slightly more towards him. Thoughts about what it meant or what might have happened when it was over eased, and the both of you were able to simply have this dance. Time fell away as you took in small moments. All too soon, the song reached its conclusion, and you could have continued quite contently for some time more. You stilled one hand of yours in his, and Ko showed no sign of moving either. It was hard to let go. You heard your name called out that brought the dance truly to an end, and you both spun around to find your mom yelling for you and Ko. Beside her, Mom was shaking her head.
Sorry.
It's time to go, Lonnie. I had to get a hold of them somehow. What did you want me to do? Sneak up on them? Her choice methods was admittedly better than that. You still winced at how dazed you had been when she announced her arrival. Ko looks so embarrassed that you seriously worried about him fleeing again. This time, you didn't think he'd stop until he was out of the grounds. Despite Ko's reaction to the scene with your mom, to you, it had been a perfect ending to the evening. You were so glad that you had gotten a chance to dance with Ko once more before the night was over. And it was definitely over now, and you didn't need to say anything to Ko, and the two of you marched wordlessly over to your parents, who were still bickering playfully. Standing shoulder to shoulder, your parents surveyed you and Ko, and you wondered if they checking if they were returning to Mr. Holton's son in the same state that he left the house.
So?
That was quite the night, huh, Gain? It was just, wasn't it just? Ko managed a self-conscious smile. Yeah. Ma was smiling too, with a expression so soft it could have cradled a newborn chick.
Well?
And how was your very first date? Oh, please don't start on the already. It technically hasn't even ended yet. Fine. Well, good. Well, we better ready ourselves to get back to Elizabeth. If we're lucky, the house might still be standing.
Pam?
Oh, shush. She swatted your mom playfully, laughing at the comment. You cast one look at the party, and you saw people exchange farewells and suppressed yawns. Most of the faces were happy ones, despite the wariness of the started to creep in. I gotta make food, and I shall be low. Enjoy your lurk and get the noms. And then tell me what you got, because food. Hehe. You can try the lurk command. I think I set it up. Or not. Who knows? Who knows what works and what doesn't? I read that one. Ko's head was angled away from you, making butternut chicken thing. Ooh. It did work! Yay! Okay. But thank you for trying that. But, ooh, that sounds good. We had pork tonight. You have commands. I do. I set them up. I don't know which commands I actually have, though. Ko's head was angled away from you. As you watched, you wondering what he was looking at. He came around to meet your gaze. It was strange, though. Though it only had been a few hours of your life, it felt like you felt a little older as a result of attending the party. It was like stepping away from your world of your childhood where dressing up is reserved almost exclusively as a form of play towards something new that you hadn't grasped yet to grasp. Turning away from the final moments of the party, you shelved the thought for another time as your moms eagerly led the way back to the car. As you and Co trailed after them, you felt childlike once more. All right, we have done it. We have finished step 2, and I will be ending the summer. After I go to the bathroom because I have to pee. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. So we can end the summer. And then summer ended. Yep. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer, and tomorrow you were heading to class. You were excited to go back. Anxiety gnawed at your stomach. It was a bummer. Your feelings were muddled. What was a bummer? School had been summer school. Summer had been so much fun, and when you thought about going back to school, it was a sense of loss. Soon you wouldn't be able to choose how your days would be spent without the school bell telling you where to be and when. It was with a heavy heart that you had chosen your outfit for the final day of freedom. Life was going to be different. You had to think of summer vacation as a norm, but school sucked up a majority of the year, where summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was just a kind of return to normal. What did your normal life really mean? You really considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacation as kids. and you dimly recognize that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. You've gotten distracted, one arm still out of the sleeve, and you pulled it through and putting your mind back to the present. This season had brought about plenty of change in its own, like Kyra's visit, though that too was coming an end today. You were happy you were getting a chance to know her. You were extremely fond of her. You didn't really like her. Your mind wasn't made up how you felt about her. You didn't care for one another. The neighborhood was about to feel a lot emptier. You finished dressing, which was good because Cove would be there any moment, and you agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was he would come over to bring you around to his house where she would be ready to set off. But you both knew that you would be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kyra's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been a sudden change thanks to Mr. Holton's infamous tenacity to surprise people. But once he was able to adjust, he'd been in plenty of good spirits with her around, and it was a relief for everyone. You turned to your desk where a box containing your accessories reside. You gone and bought an anklet. You gone and brought several anklets. Accessories reminded you of the anklet conversation, and you still didn't have one for yourself.
Anklets.
Your eyes bored into the box, and you should you wear any for Cove's visit today? You put one anklet on. You decided to wear several anklets. You didn't wear one, just one. Your heart pounded as you slipped the hoop through the clasp as you fastened it in place. Would Cove spot it? Your face grew hot as you imagined how he would react. The next thought that crossed your mind was, it would only be polite to get the door for Cove, and you went downstairs to wait. You couldn't wait to see Cove, so you went downstairs to meet him when he arrived. Cove knew your house well enough, and you could lounge in your room and wait for him. You bound down the stairs, your hot hand guiding over the rails, and you wanted to make sure you got there first. If you didn't hurry, your moms might answer it. It was only a few minutes later when the doorbell rang, and you chosen to stand beside it waiting for Cove, and there was no delay in pulling it open. Cove was there just as you expected. Seeing you, he flashed a bright grin.
Hey.
Hi, Sophia. Hi, Cove, come on in. Once he stepped inside, you beckoned him to follow you upstairs. Back in your room, you sat on your bed and waited for Cove to settle in as you knew he would. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was familiar to him and his own. You watched as Cove sat down on your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, his hands held in his lap. His actions weren't one of someone who planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When's your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We got some free time. She's still gonna shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head and his gaze drifted out through the window and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving, just when I got used to her being there every day. He leaned back in the chair and a wide smile trickled his cheeks. Yeah, he smiled. She'll be back. Time goes by fast. He cocked his head thoughtfully before shrugging. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as to shake off the topic like a dog whipping off water from a dip in the sea. Cove looked at you, lips part as he was about to speak, but then, instead his eyes widened and the mouth closed and a tiny frown. Something had caught his attention. Something wrapped around where the end of your leg met your foot. He cast his eyes back up to your face and then down to your ankle, and back to your face. He repeated the process once, twice more, as if struggling to hold the two items in tandem. Maybe he was weighing whether this could have been coincidence or not. Or maybe he was just too shy to verbalize his thoughts, or still trying to find the words. And if this was the most he could imagine. The attention made you feel bashful, amused, thrilled, regretful, or pleased. Bashful. You almost wanted to tuck your feet away out of Cove's intent focus, but doing so would muddle your message further. On his next glance back to your face, Cove saw your expression had shifted. You were watching as his bewilderment endured in mortification as he realized that he had been caught staring. He quickly spun the chair to face the wall instead, allowing you to glimpse the flush that had spread all the way to his ears. He twisted in his seat, wringing his hands and avoiding looking in your direction again. It seemed he decided against saying anything at all. Does it look good? You stay quiet. Sorry. What's the problem, Cove? Cove mumbled something unintelligible as he slumped lower with how he was hunched over. The quiet words, he had no choice or chance of reaching you. You weren't going to get anything out of him in that state, so you waited for him to come around to speak again. Finally, he piped up very softly.
That's,
Did you do it 'cause what I said before? I mean, you know. The last words were a whisper as though they were a precious secret. The anklet bracelet? Yes, no, maybe. I don't know what you're talking about. You shrug. His eyes squeezed shut. You had no idea if the answer made him feel better or more nervous. He eventually looked down at his lap, where his fingers were flexing and uncurling in an awkward dance of nerves. His chest rose as he breathed deeply. Well, it looks good on you. Your heart skittered in your chest like a stone skipping across water. One big leap from an unexpected compliment, followed by a series of shorter, big ones as you absorbed the words. You beamed at him and he looked at you again, at last, and returned the smile shyly. This really couldn't have worked out better than you thought. And there was nothing else he could add after that. Neat. The conversation lapsed into another comfortable lull. Cove swung his feet underneath the seat of the chair, eyes resting on you. Having him over was so nice. No matter how you spent time, you always felt better being in his company. You couldn't help but adore him, both as a friend and in a way that plucked at your heart, a vague yearning for more. Maybe it was because the summer was almost over and that your feelings were rushing in you now, like a high tide at the end of the long day. Summer was such a meaningful time for the two of you. Not only because it was when you first met, but because it was a season where you can spend almost the entirely as you please. And you both chose to spend it together. You wanted to let Cove know how much you liked him. You didn't completely feel love or completely how you felt. You were too scared to let him know. You weren't ready to move it to go though. But you liked him. Now was the time. You couldn't go through another day without expressing these feelings you held. Okay, so you spoke words of affection, you confessed by kissing him, or you asked if you could kiss him. Daddy Karo's not here. Boop. You rose from the bed and stood resolutely. There was such a statement. Fakey! There was such a statement in your tent and your action that Cove raised an eyebrow, curious as you strode toward him. He lifted his head from where he was resting it. He made of his hand. Sophia? You stopped in front of him, your heart pounding. You handled it cautiously. You just kissed him. You were scared, but just kissed him. Nope, you couldn't do it. Just kiss him. You bent forward and leaned in towards Cove in the chair. He tilted his head to look up at you, and you watched his eyes widen at the realization of what was coming to come dawned on him. He gripped the armrest, became tight and unwieldy. Summoning all your courage, you closed the distance before Cove had the chance to do any more than in a response. Look at the kiss. Your lips pressed against his, your somersault. I'm getting so flustered I can't even fucking read. Your stomach somersaulted and you couldn't believe this was really happening. In the moment, it felt warm and nice, and it felt right. Your moves were so fast and sudden that it had not only pinned Cove against the back of the chair, but it made it roll back a couple of inches, breaking your impulse kiss. Yeah. As you straighten up, Cove kept himself pressed tightly against the back of the chair. That and his stunned red face expression, he made him seem like he just came to the end of a roller coaster ride, and the velocity was pushing against him, and he let out a gasp. Was that all right? Are you okay? Surprise! I really like you, Cove. I'm sorry. You couldn't say anything. Boop. Cove didn't respond. His face His face became downturned, and you could hear a series of stalactite breaths. Short and sharp. You took a step back to give him a little breathing room, figurative and literally. Cove shot up as if he was a jack-in-the-box, and your step had been the trigger. Unlike the doll on a spring, though, his stance was inorganically rigid. Look at this boy. Cove plastered a hand over his mouth, his eyes shut tight. His back became bowed and sinking him down. You only could make out a few words as he managed to summon. I finished cutting. Mwah. Cutting food, that is. Are you sure? You could only make out a few words that he managed to summon.
Oh my god.
I can't believe we actually... His eyes flew open, and he didn't look your way, let alone meet your gaze.
Oh my god.
We kissed. We kissed. You were full of nerves. His reaction was really cute. You thought his flustered was funny, and you were worried that he was so frantic. You watched him adorably as he tried to gather his senses. Cove slammed his eyes closed again once more. You know what one kiss leads to? Hell yeah. My boyfriend ending up as fertilizer. Did you like it? Was that bad? It was nice, wasn't it? Cove, it's okay. Did I do something wrong? Did I hear that correctly? Ends up as fertilizer. I don't know. Karo keeps wanting him for his garden. He was still holding a hand to his face in an attempt to answer. He ended up as a muffled whimper. With that obviously not working, he uncovered his face at last, bringing the hand to lay against his chest and looked at you. Yeah. He opened his mouth, poised to speak, and pressing his lips to words failed on him. On his third or fourth attempt, you heard him what he had to say. I did like it. I'm glad we did. You know. He swallowed, seeming not being able to speak actual words. That we kissed? Cove ducked his head and nodded. You got the impression that he was grateful that you had finished the thought, but your direct words had pierced his Achilles heel. He grinned thrilled that the experience had been a welcomed one. The smile on Ko's face was real and wary, and not unlike the one he wore after a long, exhausting day of activity. Like, he made a new personal best in the work that had been hard, but reward was worth it. With the newfound confidence, he drew himself up as he inhaled deeply, and each word he spoke next was delicate. Sophia, I like you. A lot. Probably too much. He ducked his head bashfully, opening an eye, peeking at you through the hair that had fallen over his face like a veil. He managed to smile.
Thanks for waiting for me.
Ah, shit.
Go back. I didn't read that. His eyes sparkled just looking at you, his affection transparently clear. He never could hide what he was feeling, and you couldn't be more grateful for that today. You smiled at him, you hugged him. I like you too. You breathed a sigh of relief, and I like you more. Let's crush him. You closed the already short distance between you and Cove and wrapped your arms around him. He looked down to meeting your eyes and giggled nervously. He did his best to wind his arms around you in return. It was a little awkward, but even with the benefit of hindsight, you wouldn't have changed a thing. The strength of your feelings had determined immediately action. It felt so nice to hold each other that way, now that everything was out in the open. And finally, you separated again. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hand, the action usually reserved for a much later in the day. But at this point, it already felt like a long day. Cove then pressed a hand to his creased forehead.
Oh my god.
Does this mean I am your boyfriend or something now? Should we tell our parents? I don't know what mom or dad would do. Even with the literal ability to go back and change horses, he still sticks with it. Yeah. Well, like, sometimes, like, I do go back, or when I first kind of played it, I was, like, kind of testing out different options. Some of them will, like, it kind of depends on which options you choose. Some of them will lead to the same thing, or some of them will have one or two different dialogue options. But, like, I did it earlier where I showed what would happen if you tried kissing him in the RV. And then I went back and I was like, I'm doing this option because I already knew what the other one entailed. That's why I kind of want to play the DLC for the first time, like, on the thing, so you guys actually get my reaction to certain things. Because boy, was I freaking out as I was going through all of this. There was lots of concern in there, and you honed in on the simplest that there was no way your moms would let you have a boyfriend, even though the word Jude Tessborg with Cove's name made your heart race. My parents won't let me have a boyfriend or even something. It's not fair. I wish we were older. It's okay. It doesn't matter though. We like each other and that's what's important. You didn't know what to say. Nothing anybody else thought about your relationship changed what it was between the two of you. Cove lifted a hand from his chest and reached out towards you, halting halfway, and then slowly, cautiously hooking his fingers around yours. His palm pressed against your back of your hand. Don't worry, the next 5 years will fly by. Exactly. You let him hold your hand, or you held his hand back. You rotated your hand so you were palm to palm with Cove, and your thumbs crossed one in each other. We can get it to work. We'll always figure things out sooner or later. You're right. No matter what, it's okay in the end when it's just the two of us. Your foresight statement made Cove gasp. But the smile that followed and his tighter grip on your hand told you that he appreciated it. Sophia, Cove! A sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware, and you nearly forgot the world outside of your room. And from the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. I just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. If you're quick, you might keep the mandatory mother smothering to a minimum. You doubt that, but it was nice that Mom and Miss Pierce had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you head downstairs together. Each step on the way was painfully slow. And then he tried to delay the inevitable. Fucking hell. His whole body tense leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before both of you could cross the street.
Oh.
The door is open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. You smiled at him reassuring, you patted his back, you rested your hand on his arm. This isn't the last time you'll see her. You've felt a small shiver ripple through his body as your warmth from your hand sank in. Cove looked at you like he was hoping you had a solution for how he was feeling, and all you could do was give him his arm a squeeze for support. At that, some of the conflict waned from his face, eased a bit. Together, you crossed the street inside the house, finding his parents in the living room surrounded by his mom-packed things. Hey, kids. Good timing. I called the taxi.
Hi.
And hi, Sophia. I'm glad I got to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. Here you go, Flamingo. The last time you'll see the mom. Haha. I'm kidding. You get to see her, I believe, in the next step as well. Only briefly. I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. She winked, and then Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. I'm really happy I got to meet you two. I hope you had a good time visiting. Bye. You didn't say anything in response. Hopefully it won't be too long before we see each other again. Nodding, Kyra turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Mommy! Cove squirmed to break free from her grasp as his mom was unfazed and kept them locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
I'm so happy this trip was successful. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. And then Cove stiffened, and Kyra loosened her hold on him enough to study his face. Concerned, she spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant only just for her son.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched them carefully. His smile began to falter.
What's wrong?
Cove's gaze moved to the floor. He looked like he was grappling with where to begin, and then Cliff smacked a hand to his own cheek. The noise caught everyone's attention, and Cliff's eyes were wide, and you could clearly see the light bulb moment he was experiencing on his face. It shouldn't have been a surprise. I went behind your back again. Yeah. It only took me until the very last moment to realize. Crossing his arms, Cliff laughed at himself. You could tell it was out of frustration and disbelief rather than the usual good-natured feelings. I'm so sorry. I thought I had gotten better at this. You have. Co's voice was small, but it was enough to break through his dad's thought. Cliff's mouth pulled into a small smile.
It's okay.
It's been a long time since something like this happened. It's not just enough. You deserve better than a blockhead falling back into old habits just because it seemed to be going good.
I'm trying.
It won't happen. It won't keep happening. I promise I'll work on it. We can all work on it. I can try harder myself to be in the loop on what's happening over here. A happy smile quickly spread across Ko's face as he answered delicately. Okay. You felt relieved seeing how much the whole family had grown together since you first met. They could talk to each other more easily. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house. Clearing the view of the open door, Kyra stood up, smiling sadly. Well, that's my ride. Yeah. Matching replies got a chuckle out of Kyra as you filled out of the house. Father and son went with Kyra's bags in hand. How did he get such a fine mouth? He went outside. I'm kidding. I'm like, I don't know what you do. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street. And to your surprise, Derek was also there. He stood uncomfortable as he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hey, Sophia. Hi, Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off a little bit ago, and I thought I could visit once more before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time, sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm so sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if we didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. I think so too. But Lee's not here. I want my cousin back. Give me my cousin. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gone in there at a more opportune moment. Romance. He never liked seeming impolite. Reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension that he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he felt much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, madam. Is there anything I can do to help?
Nah.
Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We're about set. In a short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk, and Kyra took one last look at everyone, sighed. Alright. I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling. But Kyra still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport. And when I make it back to Nevada. I said that right, yeah. Also, you better call the moment you're walking in the door at home. Otherwise, we'll be worrying all night if you got into trouble on the way there.
Can do.
And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course. I want to hear all about it. Kyra put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffling his hair one last time. She let go only to move to squeeze his cheeks in her hands instead. Mom.
Cove.
I love you so much, baby. And then she chuckled by the time she freed him and rounded things off with the small tap of his nose. Cove rubbed his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving, took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close and as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked at his dad and then wrapped an arm around his back.
Bye.
Bye, Mom. Bye. Safe travels. Kyra rolled down the window and stuck her head out, and she waved again while blowing a kiss at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decide to call out with your family and hers, wave goodbye, or watch quietly. You added your voice to the others as you watched Kaya's smile grow larger. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out to the empty street, still looking in the direction his mom went. He smiled quietly, deeply in thought, and you got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. The summer breeze brought a sweet-sounding jingle across the way. It was the wind chime that you had given Cove. He had hung it in the front of his house, and it became a very familiar sound in the neighborhood. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts, and she smiled when you looked at her. It was a great vacation, huh? Yeah, I don't think so. You're not in agreement. You shrugged. I don't know. Summer isn't over yet until I fall asleep. No naps for you then. Can't risk you ending summer vacation a few hours too early for the rest of us. Chuckled, you shook your head, mused. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else was there to smile at him, even Elizabeth.
Well?
Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime, and I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you can use some help with that. That would be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced at the two of them, and his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I can do? Your moms exchanged a fond expression, and Ma shook her head.
How sweet.
That's very sweet, Derek. But it's alright. It's not your job, and technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him and not doing chores for the neighbors. Oh. Wait a minute. Stretchy stretch. Crickety crack. And there goes my back. Ma laughed a little over her own joke, and you watched as Derek looked away discouraged.
It's okay.
I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it, and he wondered if Mom's joke had reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch, and it was getting a little awkward. Ma grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood and not to bring it down. Ma tried to get things moving forward again. This one in the middle is also mommy. Yes, they're both mommies. You all came back. Huh. Why don't you kids go have fun? You all come back in an hour, and we'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Another amazing idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sounds like a plan, then. I don't want to cramp in your style, and I got stuff to work on, so I'll get out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later, too. There's no reason you should be the odd man out. Ma seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleasant smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over at the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too. With this many people you're feeding, it's going to be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what I told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones inviting you in. Three hot moms and one mediocre dad. I think Karo will fight you on that because I believe Karo likes the dad. And I believe Kayla did too. Can't remember. Ma raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
Okay, well, they're both wrong. I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals, but this could be a break for me, and I'm quite the chef. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged.
True.
An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. I'm gonna run out of water before this. Cliff's grin widened, seeming more hyped than you had expected him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all of us grown-up people will be head inside, and I assume the rest of you kiddos will stay out. Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth, and your sister thought for a moment.
All right.
I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
That's great. Both of your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. With the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house, and it was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face.
So?
What now? You suddenly wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out here to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could have genuinely wanted to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Ooh. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while and I don't think there's a lot of things to do that we can agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,001 times. This is new to me. Alright, let's go. Okay, if you guys want to, there's nothing else to do. Karo, you have missed a lot. Let's do it. We're in the ending of step 2, and then I'll do the prologue. You strolled across the road as a group, down to the beach and then to the left. I come back with milk. Milk! Milky. Excuse me, young lady, what did I miss? I don't know, maybe you should go back in the VOD and watch it. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive in one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. First dad to come back with milk. Oh no! Oh shit. Ted. Having a talk with your mothers. But they agreed to the date. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything had caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes widened with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. The hot mothers. That's so cool. Tate? He ran over to the street magician who was currently doing a card trick for the group of entranced tourists. Derek laughed when the magician showed the middle-aged man his card. Oh, what just happened? Can you hear me? Hello? You good? Okay. It's because my screen went black. So my model's not quite moving. Everything seems fine to me. Oh, yeah, you're not on that side. Okay. Oh, sorry. The screen's gonna move for a little bit because I... Oop. It's kind of VTube Studio that decided to quit on me. A joy. A love. Lovely. Huh. Ooh, speaking of which, chat on my side quit as well. Lovely. Well, be right back real quick. Alright. Derek turned his back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. Will it... Okay. So I can continue the story. It just seems the model decided not to work, so... And then chat on this side decided to quit. What does it take to perform here, anyway? Do you have to ask someone, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor. Can I pull a rabbit on my hat, please? Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled, and his eyes searched up and down at the scene.
Maybe?
There's a boss in the shopping street, and no one does any of this. Around my neighborhood, it's just regular stores behind walls. Yeah, just strange. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here, I'm pretty sure people just put on their little shows whenever they want to, do whatever. Karo's cheating on us. Oh no, how could she? That's neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed. Derek began almost vibrating in excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know. Not yet. I mean, I just found out the possibility, you know? But there's gotta be something, you know? We know cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we can plan a show that would get the crowd pumping. He thought about it was a great idea and wanted to be part of it. He felt like he can try his idea on his own. You thought Derek needed to abandon the bad idea stat. You gave the two another look. other... I don't know. I'm in. Woo!
Nice.
I knew I can count on you. We just need to act. Need the act. They'll come to us. Right. With some amusement, the gang continued to pursue the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings that dingled, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought it had to be Greenland.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is a world with what looks like 9 continents, and I think you're both wrong. No, it's Australia. The other 3 giggled at your interjection. Suddenly, Ko froze. You stared at him as he tried to see what caught his attention. And you saw a familiar face down the way, and it all made sense. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in the kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street. His eyes widened in mutual recognition. And he definitely noticed you. Derek frowned and Cove tensed up. You couldn't help but remember the last time you seen Jeremy at Miranda's birthday party. No wonder Cove was already defensive. Was getting a COVID shot, and boy, that activates not life. You stood there shocked. You glared at Jeremy. You waved at Jeremy. You decided to smile at Jeremy. You looked away. Slander. He looked dismissive. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow and her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he didn't start anything. Is Jeremy the sandcastle boy? No, that was Shiloh. Jeremy was the green-haired bowl cut guy, the guy who we poured like water or whatever, our drink over at the party because he was being such an asshole. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. I must have missed that episode. Huh. It should be on YouTube. Just go back and rewatch all of them. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid.
What?
Huh? She still didn't get it, and the first day of the summer hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget him. Already have. He laughed and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed to be in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day that you met him either. He only was going to be in town for vacation with his parents, and he hated the glimpse that was probably the last time you ever see him. You mentioned the realization to everyone. You kept to your thought. You broke from the group and went after Jeremy. I can do that? Boys! Bye, I'll be back! Sophia? I won't be long. I will go back, but I don't know what this entails. You ran after Jeremy, cutting through the crowd. He disappeared into it. It didn't take you long until you spied his distinct figure. You caught up to him, ducking in between a tourist couple, stepping aside, sidestepping into the side of the street he wandered into. You took a breath. Jeremy? Jeremy's slouched posture stiffened and his neck turned to you as he looked over his shoulder. His scowl deepened when he saw it was you. What now? He glowered at you tersely or silently, a silent stretch between you. He wasn't going to say anything more. You're not going to be here much longer, are you? Oh, that boy looks hard. He's just an ass. Oh, that's right. I'm amazed a pea-sized brain like yours can figure that out without having me to spell it out. So what? I'm leaving in a few days. School starts next week and it's not like I can live here and, teleport to class? Good riddance. You try to apologize how you acted last time. I just thought it was nice to say bye. Don't come back. I wish we could have gotten closer to each other. You didn't say anything. I don't know if we'll ever see each other again, so goodbye, Jeremy. Jeremy's face scrunched up. Saying that is pointless. Oh, annoying. He stomped off into the crowd, vanishing into the sea of other tourists. When you couldn't see him anymore, you shook your head, and that was that. Then. You turned around and saw Cove, Derek, and your sister shuffling through the crowd. Derek saw you and ran forward, and the two other followed close. Are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. I just had my last conversation with Jeremy, and he for sure is leaving.
So what?
Okay, who cares about the kid? Cove shrugged, and she has a point kind of way. You nodded. There wasn't anything else to do about it now. Jeremy was unlike anyone you had ever met before. You thought he was horrible. You thought it was weird. You thought he was stupid. You thought he was kind of pitiful. You thought he was kind of okay. You didn't know what to think of him. None of you is gonna understand why I'm doing this, and it's fucking hilarious. You and the group moved on from the stall from Jeremy. It didn't take you long for everyone to return to the joking, and you all enjoyed the little time you had left as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by and lunch must have been waiting for you now, and Derek was bounced on the balls of his feet.
Okay.
Come on, guys. Let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. If we have to. I can't wait. I have enough of walking around. Homebound we go. Cove stretched out one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. He looked at him appraisingly. You ask Cove to carry you back to the house, or you nodded at him. Carry me. Hey, Cove. Yeah? Can you carry me back home?
What?
Cove turned red, obviously flustered. You explain you want a piggyback ride. Where the fuck did my water go? I put it over here. You explained you wanted a piggyback. You didn't want to walk back. You told him it was a special occasion. You decided to let it go. I want a piggyback. I want a piggyback ride, and you're the only one big enough to give me one. Cove sighed, shook his head. Elizabeth and Derek became the chorus of laughter. Come on, Cove. It will be fun. For me. Alright. Oh, this boy, what this boy does for me. Cove stepped over to you, and he looked like he was couldn't believe what he was doing. Your lips quirked into a large smile. Oh, I love doing piggyback rides. Riddle. Aw, yeah, thanks. He carefully crouched down in front of you so you can climb on. It wasn't hard to hop on. He slipped his arms under your legs as he did his best to lift you. It was wobbly, but he managed to stand up all the way. Elizabeth watched with a smirk on her face while Derek laughed even harder. It was fair to say your antics were entertaining, and you were glad Cove went with it. Cove carried you home, and he seemed pretty bashful about the situation, as he struggled how much to grip around you, whether he was trying to reposition things. But along with all of that, he also seemed to feel some pride in carrying you. Who's carrying who? Cove's carrying me. 6 feet apart. Never. With a pleasant walk home, there was no time when you made it back. Derek got in the front door and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. 3 parents were still in the kitchen and they looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time.
Hey.
I hope you're hungry. When Cove brought you inside, the parents couldn't help but notice the odd conveyance? Your moms were unsure and Mr. Holton raised an eyebrow.
Everything okay?
Did you pull something, Sophia? I'm okay. Aw, Cove, you got so strong.
Good kid.
And reliable, too. What a guy. Cove rolled his eyes at the commentary and started to walk you over to the couch. He bent down and let you plop back on his couch. Thanks for the lift. Cove exhaled loudly, shook his arms, and he seemed relieved that he made it. Strong and needs to button his shirt. So, did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware that had already been placed out. You took your normal seat and Elizabeth sat across from you. Derek took a seat to your left. And Ko sat on your right. He blushed a little and began fidgeting with his silverware. His dad was the first to pick up on his extra awkwardness. Your moms weren't far behind. The parents shared a look at Ko's reaction. It seems like he was struggling on how to act normal around his dad and your parents. Or both, after what happened between the two of you upstairs. Oh, Daddy Karo wasn't here for that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. I had fun. I really liked it. It was okay, I guess. Yeah, the bank heist went off without a hitch. Your joke got some chuckles going around the table. That's good in my book. Hell yeah. Bank robberies. Casually, Mr. Holton sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table and she looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we had a group this big over for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side and make sure you all get one? Sure. Long voice. Those close to the cups obligated and started offering waters around. As you pass Cove his drink, your hands touch and Cove froze. You had already let go, not realizing that he was too distracted to function at the moment. The glass fell down on the table, landing with a sharp clatter of glass on the wood, and Cove scooted his chair back with a restrained shout.
Sorry.
It's like my brother broke an ornament today. He threw a ball and hit the tree and shattered one of the things because it fell. Me and my mom just looked at it and were like, good job, dumbass. I'll get a towel or something. He looked around in like a frantic panic as if an object that's soaked in water would magically appear if he turned his head fast enough, and his dad bit his lip in worry, raising from his own seat.
Well...
Cove, what's going on? You've been a little out of it today. Did something happen? Cove tensed, frozen again. He stared at the water on top of the table as he wanted to sink into it. You spoke up to cover Cove. You blanked on anything to say. You admitted that what had happened between the two of you, and they had to find out sometime. You accidentally blurted it out. Is he going out with y'all? I believe we are. Like, we mentioned it, but it was like more of the fact is like, we're like, I don't know if our parents will accept it. So, should I just admit it or accidentally blurt it out? No, like, is he going to expose you? Maybe if I left them alone long enough, probably. But I can expose myself. Well, do it. Do it. Well, Cove and me kissed earlier. Cliff's face! He let out the truth spill like the water before, and Cove gasped his... Cove gasped as his hand shot up to cover his quickly darkened face. It was silence. Everyone processed silent. Ha! Both Mom and Ma started to laugh and then snapped people out of their surprise. Mr. Holton slapped the hand over Cove's shoulder. Congrats. Cove flinched at the touch, but it was still said nothing. His hands might have well been glued to his head. Elizabeth shook her head, and you can hear, "Can you believe this?" line in motion. As I said, baby boyfriend. Derek grinned at you and Cove. Oh, she's kind of better looking. And Cove, Cove, even if he couldn't see, at least he was happy for you. Now, I'm pretty sure we all knew this was coming sooner or later.
It happens.
I had hoped you would have waited a couple more years, but what can you do?
No.
It's a wonderful thing that you both like each other, but Mom is right. You're both young. We might have to chaperone you if you ever want to go out on dates.
Nice work.
I'll be happy to help with that too, whenever is needed. Cove creakily fell back on the seat. His hands haven't moved while his expression was unreadable and the color of his skin was reaching extremely red. He crashed forward, letting his head smash into the table surface and somehow curling up even more from embarrassment. Did Karo leave again? This is just fucking hilarious at this point. Isn't that still wet? No response was given. At least with his hands there, his face should have been somewhat protected from the water. You also felt feeling extremely embarrassed. You felt bad for putting him in the situation. You felt good about telling your friends and family something important. You don't know how to feel. You're annoyed at the others for making Cove nervous. I'm sorry. The parents laughed more. All three of them were beaming grins on their face. Family is truly united now, then. Will be the Holton-Layton clan's first meal, or Layton-Holton's clan? I'm not sure what has a better ring to it. Derek's eyes widened and he shot a furtive look at the door. Apparently the grown-ups were making this too much even for him. He seems to be one of the few people concerned for Cove's impression of a withdrawal red ear slider turtle. You good, bro? Derek whispered encouragingly to his flattened friend. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was still unimpressed. And finally, you heard a squeak. It was Cove.
Oh my god.
Please, can we please not talk about this anymore? Please? Oh, sure. I think that's enough for now. We still got to eat lunch, after all. The food was placed on the table and Derek started to fill his plate, with the others following suit. Cove sighed quickly as lunch started up in earnest. Mr. Holton gave his son another pat on the back. Cove slowly straightened back up. And you couldn't help. You helped him get a towel and clean up the water that was dripping everywhere at this point. Oh, Karo's back. Missing conversations, Karo? You caught his eyes with him and tried to gauge how unhappy with you, if he was unhappy with you because of this. Thankfully, he had no impression of that, and the affection he showed back in your room was strong as ever. As everything got set up, Ma chid Elizabeth into taking the elbows off the table.
No.
And you shouldn't slouch. She pointed to Mr. Holton, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oops. Mr. Holton seemed unsure about the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his position into something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Mom. Elizabeth rolled her eyes and Ma gave her a leveled look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to guests in the house either. Elizabeth groaned. A long suffering. Ma giggled and Mr. Holton chuckled.
Not bad.
The lot you can learn from a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Well, since that's like things not working, I can lean back. Just bring my mic over here. Derek blushed. It was true. His posture was upright, formal, and he even held his fork gracefully. His table manners were on the top of all. His attempts to aid your parents made him a model of the meal attendee behavior.
Aw.
It's nothing. It's true, though. You've been a lovely guest. I noticed that, too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little bit taller in his chair. Oh. And do you have anything good to say about the other guest? Still trying to close YouTube Studio. It doesn't want to close. She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there nothing to say? Well, Cove's my number one, but he still cleans his hand by wiping them on his pants. I'm fucking guilty as charged for doing that still. Unless it's like really bad, but if it's like small stuff, I will just wipe it on my pants. My mom just looks at me like, what the fuck? And I'm like, what? I washed them. Cove frowned at that, absently-mindedly brushing his hands on his pants legs, and your mom's laughed lightly.
There.
Elizabeth, you know, after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Manners. Who cares? You didn't think it was a big deal. You teased Cove for his bad habit. You complimented Derek on his politeness. You joked that Derek was practically an adult. You kept quiet and took a bite of your food. Next time, Derek is really gonna stay inside and cook, and he's practically a mini adult. If he's joining the grown-ups, then you're gonna have to treat him like one. Okay, so Mr. Oh, God. The return of this name. How goes your taxes? Derek shook his head and chuckled. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple of games talking about the plans for the upcoming year. The time passed by quickly, and soon as it was time to part ways, Mr. Holton talked to your moms and Cove drifted over to you, knowing as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. It was cool to stay, but we still have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Cove raised an eyebrow, and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Well? I'm like looking at the time and I'm like, I don't know if I'll get to the today, but hey Karo, are you streaming later? Because if not, I might just blow through the prologue. Why are you winking? Not streaming tonight? Alright, then I can stay up later and blow through the prologue. But I'll be right back. I have to pee again. Hi, Mods. I guess I can go get more water. Jeez. And bread. Because I felt like it. I see the YouTube studios still being an ass, so oof. But I put honey. I had honey just so I could kind of coat through my throat. I probably only eat one slice of this bread because I realized I am talking this entire time. So it gets like a little hard to even do like little small things, so. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the numbers of what you figured to be one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You and Cove and Derek shuffled closer to the door, seeming like Mr. Holton was wrapping up his conversations, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Hi, Lopska.
Good? Or not. You just dropped it. Okay.
Talk to you later.
Cove, we gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Sophia. You hugged Cove goodbye. You patted Cove on the back. You nudged Cove's shoulder. You ruffled Cove's head. Or you waved. Hug the bitch. Hug him. You stepped forward, spreading your arms wide, and Cove only had a moment to react before you encircled him with your arms. Cove hugged you back tightly as his chest rumbled as he laughed. His cheeks were slightly red, especially when he looked over and noticed that Derek was watching the whole thing, and Derek smiled amusedly. Seriously, dude, we gotta hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He offered Cove a high five, and the two boys clapped their hands together, and sending Hufflepuffin nuts. Oh, yeah. Oatmeal likes to bark at anyone who, like, touches another person. Like, kind of like loud noise. Or, like, pretending to hit. Or, like, high-fiving. High-fiving is the worst. He offered Cove a high... Oh, I read that. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started to clean up the house, and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. He elected to stay outside in front of the house, waiting for his dad to pick him up. $16 left, eh? Yeah. Assuming I have not been followed by a bot. But yeah. And my model is broken, so we're dealing with that. But hi, Vizzy. How are you? He elected to stay for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. The light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted in the weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked the ground distractedly.
Well,
Dad's still gonna be a while. Do you want to go for a walk? Sure, I don't mind. The two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was a quick, quiet stroll. God damn it. Too quiet for Derek to be the company. You turned to him and you had noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something he would chat about, and you weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you notice the frown creep on his face. Derek smiled when he realized that you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything that really felt happy in the expression. He turned away and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently on the ground and you raised an eyebrow. Is everything okay? Do you want to talk about something? I'm here. Derek, what's going on? And you kept quiet. I'm a little sad. It's just, with school starting back up again, it's going to be harder to visit. I'm going to have homework, clubs, and practices, and everything else.
this sucks.
It's going to really suck when we go to different schools. His face screwed up, and his fists were closed tightly. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? You channel some optimism? Yeah, it's fine. Or you shared these worries. We'll make time. We can talk over the phone, have plans for the weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange-purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew by with a jet stream tailing behind it. I hope we'll always be friends, no matter what. Even if we don't see each other for a long time, or if we get really busy, I still hope. He cut himself off, met your eyes, and there was something serious to him. Sincerely worried that you would fall out of the friendship. I hope so too. I want us to be friends forever. We're always going to be friends. I don't know what's coming, or you not suddenly. Yeah, we can be friends, Derek. You a good dude. Derek smiled mostly to himself, and he seemed a little more like the usual. Then for sure, we have to make the most of next year, and then a year after that, and then the year after that. He rambled on for a while about things. We just have to make the most of every year, right? You smiled and felt like your friendship was still strong. What are you screaming at, Karo? We're just friends. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so the both of you made your way back to the street. After Derek went home, you decided to settle in for the night. Stretched your arms over your head and you noticed that the living room and the phone were free. You took it easy or you called Lee. Call Lee! I want my friend back, my cousin. You picked up the retriever and quickly punched in the familiar number while taking it to the seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered.
Hey!
Hi, Lee. Can you talk? Definitely. We practically have to. Oh my gosh. Can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School's starting first thing tomorrow for me.
Boo!
And I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you will survive your first day. Me too. I need a good year. Ditto. At least the summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. Finally, you thought about all the best moments you made during the summer, and Lee was there for some. And you still had many that you hadn't filled her in quite yet. You reminisce about the moments of your summer, or you moved on to talk to her about her. You began speaking about, oh gosh, Miranda's birthday party, the road trip, soiree at the country club, the one day of the big shopping trip. You had to go to the library the time you went to Cove's house for dinner, when Cove's mom took you on a wild ride, that incredibly hot afternoon. That just sounds wrong. I went with Cove to a birthday party, and it was for a classmate we had, Miranda.
Ooh.
Birthday parties are always fun. There was a bouncy house, games, cake, and ice cream. She knows how to throw a party. Jeremy appeared out of nowhere. I wore a great party hat, made Cove wear one of the funny party hats. No, sounds like, oh my gosh. I had so much fun with the little noisemakers. I bet he loved every minute of that. At that, you both bursted out laughing. Pretty much, I think you can talk about a good majority of the summer. I went to a soiree with my moms at the country club. There were lots of foods, dancing, people were dressed up formally.
Cool.
Oh, I've been to one of those. They're cool. How did it go for you? Cove was my date. Cove gave me a flower. Elizabeth didn't come. She stayed at home alone. It was a pretty good night. It was a terrible night. Cove was my date. No way! You asked him on a date? Like a date? Yeah? Ooh! After laughing a bit, you drove into telling Lee about everything about your night with Cove and enjoyed sharing the moment with her. Reminisce about the summer. That incredibly hot afternoon. I remember the hottest day this summer. I could barely do anything. A night with Cove. Yeah, it was a date. I could barely do anything, and I had to stay inside the entire afternoon. I learned more about my moms, though. My parents acted embarrassing the whole time. Cove was so hot at his house, and he bummed around at mine all day. Cove came over, and we made sandwiches together. Cove said I was cute. Well, he wrote it. Where is he? I just want to talk. We were playing Hangman, and that's what he picked for me to figure out. You heard her audible gasp. Such a move. What did you do? You filled her in on the details as much as you were willing, and she's gratefully took in the details. Reminisce about the summer. The road trip you took? I went on vacation with Cove's parents, ended up inviting the whole family on an RV road trip.
Really?
Wow, that's awesome. It was a 3-day trip and we were visiting Redwood National Forest. Lucky. Park was amazing. It was fun hanging out with everyone. I really liked riding the RV for the first time. Cove was flirting with me on the trip. Cove snuck up on the loft where I was staying. Ooh, both of these are good.
What?
Cove did what? Wait, start from the beginning. It took you a while until you stopped laughing from Lee's reaction long enough to tell her in detail the story, as excitedly as she squealed for more than once. I can't believe you've been holding out on me in such a juicy story. Nothing really happened. Keep telling yourself that, and you have to keep me updated on what happened next. It was hard to focus on what she was saying. Your face was probably red right now, just thinking about what happened. Can I go through like the entire summer? Is this what's happening? One night, Co's parents invited me over to dinner at their house for the first time. Mr. Holton made Mexican food. The meal was good. Mexican is yummy, and that's no surprise. What else happened? We played card games. I got to name one of Co's pet fish, and it was a really good night. It was pretty. I got to name one of his fish. And what did you pick? Blow ties eyes. Wow. Why hasn't Cove asked me to name one of his fish? He has a bunch, right? That you bursted out laughing and you accidentally almost dropped the phone and she giggled in return. What was the biggest highlight of your summer, Lee? Okay, there it is. I was like, I don't think it's gonna allow me to do all of them. Talking with you is always the best part of my summer. Even though it was a phone call, you knew Lee was winking at you. You laughed, you shook your head. Come on, tell me. Good. I'm glad you picked the right answer. Just laugh. Alright, okay. So, a high point for me is when I took a trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing. You and Lee continued on over your adventures until both of you were yawning at each other over the phone. Before you go, there's one other thing. I told Cove I had a crush on him today. Before you go, there's one other thing. I kissed Cove today. You knew the word about what happened would get to Lee, but you didn't want to bring it up now. Kissed? Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, and because like all the parents found out, and you were like, oh, Karo's not here because we were like, there's no reaction. There was a pause of silence. Knowing your cousin, you decided to pull your ear away from the phone. As expected, a screech loud enough to make you still make out clearly from the distance crackled through the speaker. When you felt it was safe, you put the phone back against your head, and Lee was still gushing at herself, though a little less loudly. Why didn't you say so sooner? He had to kiss you back, right? You two are almost perfectly perfect pair ever. Tell me, please. used the precious little time you had left to try to fill her in best as you could, capable in the moment. Soon enough, approaching your curfew became too much for you to ignore, despite how excited both of you were. You decided it was time to say goodbye, and you had school to wake up for in the morning. Bye, Lee.
Bye.
Night, Sophia. Talking to you later. You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock, you saw that it was only 10 minutes until your moms would insist you go to bed and could rest enough for the school. You stretch your legs out on the couch, sigh in defeat as you watch the minute hand change from 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearrange yourself, feeling restless, looking out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure on the hill. It was Cove. When the surprise faded, you realized it wasn't much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. You went outside to meet him, you ran off to go see him, you left him alone, you smacked the window to get his attention. You opened the window to call out. Ooh. Sprinting, you reached the door in record time and you didn't see Cove again. Didn't think you'd see Cove again that day, and you had to go to him. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out at night, and they were drifting along lazily. Barely minding your presence, you wandered through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey. You had a bounce in your step and you weren't sure how long you would get before your mom's roped you back inside for bed. Hey, what are you doing out here?
Nothing.
Really? Not really. He shrugged, seeming unhappy with his own answer, and you smiled at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was kind of feeling weird about stuff, so I was getting some fresh air before bed. You really should sleep. I know how you feel. I feel good. I hope you feel better. You shrugged, or you nodded. I guess. It's hard to stay still. Tomorrow is going to be the start of a new year. At the mention of school, a small noise escapes him. Cove let himself fall onto his butt and then all the way down. So he laid on his back, looking up at the sky. You lay down yourself, you sat on the grouse, you stood there, or you sat on his chest. This one will just be funny. Just give me the big oof. He had made himself pretty available, see, in the way that he laid out, and you plopped yourself square middle of the torso. Sophia! He jolted up. Yeah. Which is funny. Okay. You lowered yourself to lay back on the hill. You had been lost in thought, or possibly was waiting for you to situate yourself before he speaking unpromptly again. Thanks for telling me about my dad and the money that he offered you to be a friend. This was probably the last thing you expected out of him. Cove seemed to pick up on that and stretch his arms out wide in front of him.
I mean...
This is where we met, remember? It happened that day. You could recall a sad little boy with a pink cast who you had found in the very spot, and it felt like a lifetime ago. I kind of have a strange feeling looking at you. Not in a bad way, but I keep thinking about you then, and seeing you now is something. He turned his face away from you, and you got the impression that he was trying to hide a blush. The fact is, Karo, I keep like getting distracted by your email suddenly because it's like flashing and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And then I look over, I'm like, oh. It was unbelievable how much of an impact he made in your life. Your fucking emotes. He impacted your life just by moving in next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in the world if you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response, and you had no idea what to say. Cove just stared at you blankly. What? It's you. Huh? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. It's what you do all the time. That's what you do all the time, so I'm being with you. You do that all the time too. So do you, Cove. You were stunned that he noticed just enough to take note of it. I don't do it that much. Not being able to argue his assessment, you accepted it. You felt bashful at the joke. Really? Yes, always. Cove couldn't help but grin at that. Honestly, there were many people who you could think could tease you about something like that. The return of his smile, and you realized that there was no denying that the two of you had been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle.
See you tomorrow.
Hey, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you then. With a final wave, Cove headed for home. But you stayed there a few minutes longer and your mind kept going back to his simple statement, see you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there was just something in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under your sheets in your room, the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thought of the future. It was not hard to think about Cove. There hadn't been enough time to really figure it all out after what had happened between you. You felt excited, nervous, unsure. Excited. There was little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward, and you couldn't... Oh, shit. You couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wistful thought. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make it out of most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jolted you. You snap your eyes open, noises happen, you try to forget it. Your stubbornness kept your eyes open. The light clattered continue. And now you're more alert and you could distinguish that it was a tapping sound. Quiet, slow, and persistent. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it and you lifted your head from the pillow to look for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. With that, you knew exactly what it was. From the color of the light filter in your room, it was too early for anyone to be up, including the sun, and it barely hauled itself over the horizon. But that didn't stop some people, it seems. You sat up in your bed and opened the window wide, cool air, but yet not warmed by the day. Tickled your face and as it pushed into your room. And as you expected, there was your neighbor crouching on your windowsill, fully dressed, though not for school. He was wearing a wetsuit, a shy smile. Look at this boy. Hi, Sophia. He stared back, blinking. So, technically, we won't be back into school for a few more hours. Take it. His voice was delicate but deliberate. Each word was carefully explanation. Classes haven't actually started, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Always? Here we go, it's too early. Cove, you're crazy. Cove, you're so cute. Gave a decisive nod. Here we go again. His smile widened affectionately. He rushed to get something to change into suitable while Cove climbed back down to the ground level. Your limbs are still half asleep, struggling somewhat as you attempt to coordinate them into a swimsuit. But you got it there in the end. As soon as you were tiptoeing out the front door, clutching a towel, Cove was already there to greet you. As your eyes met, Cove's gaze darted from your destination back to you, and you checked the door was closed. He gave you a thumbs up as the two of you leaped into action. Wordlessly, you began running down the familiar path, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not as you dared if anyone in your family looked out and saw you, and then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back snickers in fear of being heard or caught. Towels streamed out from under his arm like a cape, and you were running so fast downhill you would simply keep your balance, not tumble down was a real threat. It wasn't enough to make one of you slow your pace, but for every step you took, the beach was a little closer and the day was a little brighter. What laid ahead for you would arrive, and you would be happy to meet it. In between. And I'm actually think I'm gonna put off the prologue just because I am tired. I'm actually going to change my bangs if I can find what I usually use. Thank you. What was I using before? I don't know. That's still the same. Okay. Done. So we can fully go up to love now. Boop. Alright, are you guys ready to see Cove? Has it grown? Here he is! Tend to keep his hair like this. Mhm. Trump shirt. Was it? I think I had him where. No. How did I like? I'm like debating if I should play it like this because I haven't actually played it where he was studious and cold. I had him like sporty and warm. Well, I guess that's what my choices made it out to be, so. Oh. Since you're romantically interested in Cove and old enough to start being physical affection more seriously, you choose what initiative level you would like through the step 3. Make sure the player's experience is what is important in our life. But always putting your choices first can potentially make the relationship feel one-sided. So we added a flexibility on how it will work out. Low and sifted. Shh. Hi. Oh shit. The start of. I forgot. I somehow started the prologue. Lovely. Cove's dad is still mediocre at best. The These are still in betweens though. No. Okay. I'm going to actually save here. And we will pick it up next time. Because I'm tired. And I might as well sleep. It is 1. So. But thank you all for coming out and watching. Now, let's see if I can actually raid someone tonight or if my computers are going to be butts. Haha, yay. I love when it doesn't load the raid thing. Ah, yes. I haven't really rated that person before. That is a good suggestion. Kalo? Is Kalo streaming? Can you start a raid? Karo? Yep. Fudge. Of course this thing has to be a butt. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. Alright, cool, that works. But yeah, thank you all for coming. Enjoying me with my boy. Hope you all have a good day too. Night or whatever. Okay, bye bye. Do I click leave? Is that what that is? Or is that leaving me reading? Who knows? Because I don't. Haha. Goodbye. Bye. Bye. Oh shit.